you. Hello, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are in this world. We are here again for another Coffee with C. How to let go of anger and resentment. We all have negative things that happen to us. People betray us. A random person is rude for no reason. As a result, we end up walking around bitter, angry, and upset. The thing that we don't realize is that the longer we carry this baggage around, the longer it will weigh us down. The best thing we can do is drop that baggage now. Whether the betrayal happened 10 years ago or 10 minutes ago?
Well, see, they betrayed me. They took advantage of me. They broke my heart. That's why I have all this resentment and anger with me. Are you just telling me to just let it go and tolerate the bad things that they do?
My friend, they hurt you once or twice. Don't let them to continue hurting you by you thinking about it. As long as you keep dwelling on that, they will continuously hold you back from peace and the happiness that you deserve. What I've learned is that emotions do not give us good advice, especially on the tough times that we are in. Knowing this, you have to know how to control your emotions. You should not let your emotions dictate what you have to do. Yes, what they did sting. It was the worst that ever happened to you. I get it. I really do. You have the right to be angry. You have the right to feel the pain. And you know what? Regardless of how much you contemplate and think to yourself why they did what they did, you will never understand. Because you are not like them. We have different values and experiences in life. You will never know the reason why. These are just many things in life that you don't have answer for. And if you keep trying asking yourself, you will get stuck and be more frustrated. Of course, there is a wide scale of how extreme that could have been. The lesser scale where they yelled at you or said something bad about you, all the way to the extreme of physical abuse and being continuously victimized by somebody. So here's what I want you to know. Being victimized, powerless, helpless is the reason why you are feeling that resentment. That's why you want to get even. You want to revenge because you are powerless and your initial response is to get your power back ASAP. But my friend, that is not the right way to get your power back. In fact, if you stay in a position of resentment, you will stay powerless because you will keep battling with this cycle of anger, resentment, and unhappiness. I know people who carry their resentment even what happened was 10 years ago. Guess what? The person who did you wrong could not care less about you. In fact, they're living their life without thinking about you. They couldn't care less about how you feel. They are now happy living their life without a single thought of you. Now, if you really want to get out of that powerless situation, I want you to shift your mindset. Are you ready for this? Okay, here it is. What I want to do is to equip you with the right mindset why you should let go of resentment. Now see, how can I get my power back? Here's the answer to this, my friends. Let it go. By letting go, you are positioning yourself to gain that power back. Letting go of that resentment frees you up. You are just about to drop that heavy burden that kept you stuck for so long. I want you to understand this, that letting go of that resentment is for your own self. You are not doing this to the person who did you wrong. What do I mean by this? So let's understand, why do you feel that resentment? What causes the resentment? Resentment comes from a situation where you felt victimized, betrayed, or powerless. Someone did something to you that he or she shouldn't have done. It made you feel victimized and powerless. Look, when you let go of that burden of resentment, you start to welcome forgiveness, peace, and happiness. There is no way for all of these to get to you if you let resentment block all of them. You will get your power back by being able to control your emotion, let alone that situation. You now get to decide how the situation will affect you now and in the future. Alright, what happened happened. What you felt about it, you felt about it. What that person did to you happened. You have acknowledged that already. You went through the pain, the anger. And now, it's time for you to get your power back. Now, from here, from the new place that you are in, how would you go about it? From this, who do you want to be? How do you want to move forward? How long will you let this affect you? How can you take your power back and say, okay, this person did this terrible thing, but you know what? I want to get up. How can I take control? I want to get my power back. I am going to turn this situation into something positive. I am going to turn this into something that will make me learn and grow. I will use this to make me stronger and more capable. I am back and I am here to get my power back. So, that's why I am moving forward. I am no longer going to allow this to make me feel bitter, angry, helpless, and powerless. I will let it go and get my power back by not letting it affect me ever again. I will take charge of my life, of how I feel, and how I will move forward. Keep your requests, your topics, comment down below. I create videos every week for my Coffee with C community, and your topic may be next. Until next time!
Weekends are meant for relaxing and rejuvenating. But it's easy to forget that when we're swamped with never-ending homework, college applications, and demanding jobs that have us working overtime. Consequently, plans that we originally signed up for might seem like a hassle now. It's perfectly okay to stay in, hit the pause button, and catch your breath. In fact, I'm about to do that myself. So sit back, relax, and come unwind with me. It'll all be okay, I promise. Today is my lazy day. With no plans in sight, I'm starting off with a blank canvas, which means I can paint the day however the way I want it to be. Let's check the weather. Seems like it's cloudy and windy. My favorite, sweater weather. I'm going to go downstairs, greet my cat, and brew myself a hot cup of tea. Whether you enjoy something calming and herbal or strongly caffeinated, ya boy's got you covered. I'm loaded with the good stuff. Now, on to laundry. Sounds like work, right? But doing laundry after a long week can actually be rewarding. I love burying myself with the scent of fresh, clean clothes. Now that I have something to wear next week, there's one less thing I have to worry about. Here, I'm gonna get the first batch started, and then we'll move on to something else. I'm really lucky to live in a quiet area surrounded by woods. Today, I think I'll go for a bike ride. I've got my favorite cardigan on and a scarf to keep my neck warm. Sometimes, nature is the only friend you need. As much as I love spending time with my friends and family, I love going off by myself and having my own solitary adventures. With life these days, it's often quite hard to get some peace and quiet, so when I have the chance, I make the most of it. I've been thinking lately about how much I've let my own anxiety and depression dictate my life. How it stopped me cold from taking certain risks, postponed the time I could have used to work on personal goals, and the way it would keep me up all night. It doesn't have to be that way anymore, if I just learn to let go. If you're going through the same motions, I hope you have the guts to do it too. Ah, wasn't that fun? It felt so good to let the crisp, cool air into my lungs. And the way the leaves fell, it looked like small bits of a kaleidoscope rearranging its patterns. That's what I love the most about fall. You can heal and learn to become what you can still be. Just because everything breaks down in this time of the year doesn't mean good things have to come to an end. Sometimes change happens so better things can fall into place. But we have to be open to receive it. I like to think that with every end comes a new beginning. Come inside now, your ears are getting cold, aren't they? Let's go back to the kitchen and cook ourselves a nice dinner. You'll have to excuse me, I haven't gone grocery shopping yet. Let's see what's available in the pantry. A can of tomato sauce and some angel hair. Looks like we're having spaghetti. Sometimes dinner is the best when it's prepared simple. I'm just gonna chop up an onion and throw in some spinach. Fall makes me nostalgic for my mom's cooking. In fact, I learned how to make this dish from her. Some things never get old. dinner is always better with some company. Now let's end that night with a hot, relaxing bath. There's nothing like lighting your favorite scented candles and sitting with a good book and music. If you live in the city, it can almost be impossible to slow down when everyone's always rushing to get to the next stop. But when you're in a bathtub, you're safe, warm, and away from all the noise. Whatever sense you picked up from riding the train or being at school, you can leave all of that behind you as you soak in these bubbles. Looks like it's time for bed now. My cat knows too. She's been waiting for me. I love the way she snuggles up close to me. Another day has come to an end, but it was everything I needed. Are you feeling better now? Keep these tips in mind the next time you're all wound up. What other relaxing techniques do you use? Unlike the scriptwriter Catherine, I myself really like playing video games to unwind. What about you? Let me know by leaving a comment down below. Be sure to subscribe to our channel for more content. Thanks for watching!
Hi everyone! As you may have noticed, we don't post as often as we'd like anymore. We are low on funding as our expenses are exceeding our revenue. However, we want to keep making more content that help people learn about psychology and mental health, so we want you to be a part of that process. Starting today, we will have a donate button underneath our videos. You've probably seen it in some of your favorite channels already, but if you don't see the button, we've included a link in the video description. Our vision is to keep making psychology more accessible to everyone. We try to keep our videos concise and create open dialogues among the community. As a supporter, you will receive recognition for your support by having a cool sigh icon next to your username when you comment. This helps us recognize it's you and engage you more. On top of this, you will also receive a free copy of our Psych2Go ebook and occasional magazines every quarter. Just email in to myself when you've donated, and I will send you the copies at ty@psych2go.net. However, even if you cannot support us financially, we still totally understand. You can help us out by sharing this video. We still love you and will give you a free ebook if you mail in to let us know. There is no fixed term or shady things like that. You can also cancel your support at any time too, so there's absolutely no risk.
Hey Psych2Goers, welcome back to another video. Before we begin, we would like to thank you for your everlasting support. Our mission is to help you gain deeper insights into yourself and others in a fun and engaging way. We hope we've been able to help you in your times of need. Now, let's begin. Do you have problems understanding your emotions when faced with a challenging situation? Not knowing how to deal with your emotions can lead to them becoming more intense, persistent, and problematic. While it may grant you some temporary relief, suppressing your feelings and being in denial about them may only lead to painful consequences that keep you disconnected from yourself and from those around you. So, here are 7 signs you may be suppressing your emotions. Number 1, you hate being asked how you feel. Do you get annoyed or upset when people ask about your feelings? Are you quick to brush off any concerns other people might have about you because you don't think it's any of their business? Maybe you're not comfortable opening up to others or dislike getting overly sentimental or touchy-feely. It may be a sign that you're emotionally repressed when you constantly avoid any and all conversations about your feelings. 2, you struggle with emotional intimacy. You have problems finding a friend to confide in or have trouble making a meaningful relationship last. This may be because you struggle with emotional intimacy. Since being emotionally intimate with someone forces you to be vulnerable and to confront your true feelings, you may end up running away or getting defensive and struggle to emotionally connect with them. 3, you're always just fine. Do you have a habit of saying you're fine every time someone asks how you are? You may reassure your friends and family that everything is great and that you're doing really well when you don't mean any of it. You don't feel comfortable admitting when you're not okay or to let people see you struggle. Instead of asking for help or to confront your feelings, you just repress your emotions and bottle them up. 4, you rarely get emotional. Do people describe you as withdrawn, indifferent, or detached? You don't cry or get upset, and you rarely ever get excited about anything. Not only do you dislike talking about your feelings, but you'd also rather not show anyone that you have any at all. You may have been badly hurt in the past, and you don't want to feel overwhelmed by your emotions again, so you've resolved to just close yourself off and not feel anything at all. Number 5, You have extreme mood swings. Have you ever had an emotional breakdown where you couldn't stop crying or lashing out? Extreme mood swings and emotional volatility are clear signs that you're repressing very strong emotions. Instead of resolving them in a healthy way, you may be pushing them down and acting as if they're not there. But your emotions will come out in a much more problematic manner where you take all of your negativity out on yourself or those around you. 6, you deny all of your problems. Do you avoid your loved ones when they're mad at you or agree to things you don't want to do to make other people happy? Denial is a very common coping mechanism, since you may feel like it's much easier to pretend that your problems don't exist than to find a solution. This difficulty admitting to yourself when something is wrong could be a sign of a much more serious underlying problem. And number 7, you hold grudges against people. Do you have problems letting your feelings of anger and disappointment go? Harboring grudges against people and being vindictive is a very telling sign that you're holding back on your emotions. You may be having a hard time forgiving others because you can't come to terms with all the pain that they may have caused you, even if it was unintentional. But holding on to grudges only shows that you're not prepared to deal with your emotions and that you'd rather let them linger over time. Did you relate to any of these signs mentioned here? I know I did. Are you worried you might be emotionally repressed? Tell us about it in the comments below. If you enjoyed this video, please give us a thumbs up and share it with others who may find it helpful too. Don't forget to hit the subscribe button for more Psych2Go videos. All the references used are also added in the description box below. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you soon.
I'm here with my good friend Tanner, and today we're gonna talk about how style affects confidence in the gym. So I'm here with my good friend Tanner, who runs Masculine Style. You are my style coach.
I am.
And I wanted to talk a little bit about style in the weight room and specifically how it affects confidence. You know, we talk a lot about, you know, people are crazy about the music they listen to in the weight room. If they're going for a big PR or a big lift, they want a specific thing to hear, that they think about the atmosphere around them. They want an atmosphere where maybe there's people watching or clapping or cheering them on, like workout partners, all of that stuff we give a lot of thought to, but we often don't think about the impact that style has, or our clothing specifically has, on our confidence and therefore our performance in the weight room. How does that apply to us?
Yeah, I think that one of the big mistakes that a lot of people make, especially men tend to make, is the association or the assumption that my style really only has an impact on the way that other people perceive me. And it's really easy when it comes to, you know, going through a good like prep routine before you try and do a squat PR, that you get under the bar the right way, or you get your, you get your pump music on or something else like that. It's easy for us to understand that the real purpose of that is to get you really present in the moment. And clothing has that exact same effect as well. And so that should be your primary purpose when you think about your clothing, is how can I dress in a way that it makes it so that I'm very present in what it is that I'm doing. That may be so that I feel like I'm performing for other people, or at least that I'm not feeling self-conscious about what I'm wearing. You can't totally omit the fact that other people have an opinion, and you will have that kind of bleed into your brain a little bit. But even more so than that, because even if you, I mean, I've got a garage gym, I work out at home. And even just the ritual of putting on, like, these are my gym clothes, or this is what I wear to do this versus what I wear to do that, is different. And if you challenge that idea, I mean, go try and set a PR wearing jeans and a sport coat. And tell me that it doesn't affect your ability to just mentally be present and feel like you're ready to go in and do the work.
Yeah, absolutely. Actually, vice versa. One of the things I've learned from you is that I don't wear my gym clothes on my business Zoom calls anymore either. I dress like the CEO of the company that I am. And so for me, figuring out what I need to wear to make me feel more present in the moment first is really important. And then there is a piece of this where I don't want to feel silly, or our viewers don't want to feel silly by whoever else is present in the room. Now, that's not primary for us. For me, I'm training in the garage, or I'm training in my home gym with my wife, who I've been with for almost 30 years. She doesn't really care about the way I look, and yet I've noticed that, like, I try to wear gym clothes that she compliments me on when I wear them, and she does the same for me. Like, she knows that there are certain outfits I'm like, you look great today, and we're the only audience that we have, and so both we feel good about what we're wearing, and therefore we feel like we're ready to perform and more present in the moment. But I also feel like this person who's watching me, this person who I actually love and care about their opinion of me, not the stranger in the gym who I don't know at all and I'll never see again, that I also am being able to do something for them where they're like, man, they look really good while they're performing the lift. So there is a little bit of that as secondary for me as well.
Yeah, it's not to say that it doesn't exist. I mean, you have to be a complete sociopath to say that nobody's opinion of me matters and it doesn't affect my self-perception or my ability to perform or anything to that effect. And so absolutely, but it's secondary instead of primary.
Yeah, that's great. So do you have suggestions specifically about the way we think about the clothes we wear for performance? So not just the presence of or the sort of culturally atmosphere, the way it sets me in my mindset, but how certain things, like for example, I'll think about things like, I don't want to wear baggy shorts when I squat that are going to inhibit the depth of my squat. I don't want to wear slick t-shirts on a bench press where I'm going to slide down the bench. Have you thought about that much? And then trying to figure out, sometimes those things that are the most functional are often not the most stylish. So trying to find the combination between the two, I think, is really important as well.
Yeah, so basically what you're getting at is the idea that you have two different purposes. You have function and you have form.
That's right.
And sometimes it can feel like they're mutually exclusive. Most of the time they're not. You just have to do a little bit digger deeping. And so function, obviously with something as physical as what we're doing in the gym, is huge. Again, trying to deadlift in a three-piece suit doesn't work. It doesn't work from a form perspective, and it absolutely doesn't work from a function perspective. And so you have to be able to find and wear things that are going to work in that regard. And I think one of the things that's so fascinating about this is you look at even just the different barbell disciplines, where you look at the way bodybuilders dress versus the way CrossFit athletes do, which is different than how powerlifters do. And you get all of these little things that they start off and they're rooted in function, and then from there they start to expand and kind of extrapolate into form, where maybe colors get introduced or the cuts are a little bit different and the materials may breathe a little bit differently or something else. And so I would say that's when you start to move into the form component of it, is what is it again that is going to make you feel the most confident and competent in the environment in which you find yourself. Because you can dress like a CrossFitter in a powerlifting gym and you're gonna feel some level of self-consciousness because you don't belong in the environment. Or if you're not totally killing it with your physique and you're wearing all the latest, like most hype beast athletic bodybuilder gear, and there's a dissonance between what your clothing says and what your body says, that creates this self-consciousness. And so it's being able to really just pay attention to and calibrate, again, functionally, what does my clothing do? But then from a form perspective, what is it that's going to make me feel present? What is it that's going to make me feel like I'm sending the right signals to other people and to myself so that I can be there and I can actually focus on the task at hand instead of always having these little things in the back, or like, she's looking at me this way, or this dude's laughing behind my back, or I don't really care, but you spend all this time convincing yourself you don't care, that's where all your mental energy goes. And if you get it dialed, that all disappears, and you just get to focus on the job.
Yeah, that's great. I really like that. I like too that you actually talked about like the idea. There is a concept too of dressing for who you want to be, but you can take that too far, right? So you can go like, look, if you are a completely out of shape beginner, you don't have the V-taper of a bodybuilder, but you decide to wear the super short shorts or the Zubaz pants and the string tank top. But you've got the extra side boob coming out. Like maybe you could take one step in that direction, and so a little more form-fitting clothes. Like for me, I remember back in the, when I was a poor college kid, I would just take an old t-shirt, cut the sleeves off, and wear an old t-shirt. But like, and I still have, honestly, I have those. Some of those are in storage as sort of memories of what I used to look like.
Because you've injected all this meaning and symbolism onto them.
But now I like to dress in a way that it's form-fitting, it's tight-fitting, in my shoulders and my arms and my chest. It's got enough drape in the waist. The shorts are not bunchy or in a way that's going to inhibit any of the lifting. The shoes that I wear are, so I'll wear tennis shoes when I bench press. I'll wear squat shoes when I squat or deadlift or press, and so, or knee sleeves when they're appropriate. And even things for me like making sure that the colors coordinate between the shoes, the knee sleeves, the belt, the shorts. And again, some people aren't going to care, but for me, that I'm a little bit OCD, that if I get too many colors that are contrasting in a way that sort of makes me feel weird, then I'm actually thinking about how ridiculous that looks.
And so you're paying attention to that instead of the lift.
And I want to be present. So even for me in the music, I talked about this on the podcast a couple weeks ago. I've lifted for so long that I don't come up with a new song to pump me up for every single PR song. People that have watched my videos or listened to podcasts know I listen to Bleeding Me by Metallica. Now, it's not the greatest song in the world. I'm not saying there's anything
But it
special.
does the job for you.
It's familiarity. It puts me in the present moment. So it's not about screaming rah rah rah, slap in the face, adrenaline rush. It's about almost every PR I have ever set for the past 20 years has been set with that song playing. So it takes the focus from here to here.
Right.
It narrows it. And I've started to have the same thing with my clothes. I have certain clothes that I wear when I want to set deadlift PRs, when I want to set squat PRs, and they're a little different, right? Rachel thinks about, she'll bench press and press with tank tops on, but she won't squat with tank tops on because too much skin is exposed to the knurl on the bar. So so she's going to wear more of a form-fitting shirt than a tank top. So the combination of clothes that make you feel confident, clothes that make you feel good, and also clothes that are functional for the performance that we're going to do, really ultimately put us in the moment.
Totally.
And as much as music or anything else that we're going to do.
Well, and you can even take it and extrapolate it beyond the gym, and you think about anything, you look at any culture and you look at ritual, okay? Whether that's a religious ritual or a civic ritual or something else, and there's always these kind of elements where there's certain body movements that happen. That's what you're doing when you're in the gym. There's certain music or chants or something else that's associated with it, and so that's the same thing that gets you present. And there's always ritual clothing that's associated with it too, because you get the combination of those three things where you take these physical inputs of what you see, what you hear, and what you do when you move, and it affects your state of mind. And so we're absolutely insane to not consciously and conscientiously think of those three elements when we're going through the ritual of making ourselves better in the gym.
Yeah, I love that. One thing which you never mentioned was brand. I'm not trying to impress people with the money I'm spending on my clothes. It's never that, right? And that doesn't mean that there aren't high quality brands out there. We have the brands that we love. We have the brands that don't fall apart. When you're training and training hard, low quality clothes will fall apart over time. But it's not about having the logo on the shirt or the logo on the shorts or whatever. It's more about all of those other things, the way it makes me feel, the way it performs. Like, that's what I'm looking for first, to be present in the moment.
Yeah, and again, it's finding the brands that even they get it on that level, where it's not this kind of like crass, overt status display, or it's the kind of big name that everybody's associated with. You know, some of my favorites are really the smaller brands like Oliver's Apparel or 10,000 or Kino Clothing or some of these others that they allow the clothing to do the talking both to the audience, but most importantly to you. It's not that I'm a billboard for this particular company.
That's right.
My identity is wrapped up in this brand. It's that the clothing is there to supplement you and who you are, as opposed to you being an advertiser.
That's right. And I'm the same way. So I don't have any relationship with clothing manufacturers. I love like Lululemon shorts, Lululemon pants. They fit really well. I like the way they perform. I wear Fresh Clean tees or True Classic tees, which are no logo tees. They're made to fit tight where they're supposed to be tight, arms, shoulders, not overly tight, drape in the midsection, and they just make me feel better about who I am. I can see myself in the mirror and I just think like, okay, I look the part here. I don't look frumpy. I don't look, messy. And so I love that look. And then, man, this is just another place where the world has completely changed over the last several years. 5-10 years ago, we didn't have options like this. That was it. That's what it was. Like, you would go on and you'd see these ads on social media, and they were for the ridiculous bodybuilding. It was the string all the way, barely, not even covering the nipples. And that, you're like, I'm not gonna dress like that. That's exactly right. So I do love that even fitness clothing now, the way we style in the gym can actually reflect who we are even in the rest of our life.
Totally.
And that's really, really cool. So you've got that opportunity. And so if it's not something that you've thought about, you've probably thought about the music that you listen to. You've probably thought about the gym that you train at, whether that's a home gym or a public gym, a place that's the great atmosphere where people are supporting you and encouraging you. Style should just be another one of those variables that we put a lot of thought in to help us perform and be in the moment.
Yeah, and watch it just key up everything else that you're already doing. It's such a supplement, and there's this synergy of when you get the right environment, the right music, and then you add in the right clothing, and you're better at it.
Yeah, I love it. So, for more of this conversation, you've been on my podcast on Barbell Logic. We'll link it in the show notes. We actually also, Nikki and I just talked about this in a recent Barbell Logic podcast on confidence in the gym. You can check those in the show notes. And for more great tips on accessories, confidence and how to perform in the gym, just click the link right up there in the corner. See you next time. Hey everybody, you just met Tanner and I in the previous video that we just did. Tanner is a sponsor of this video, but he's also my style coach.
Yeah, I would love to chat with you guys, especially because you'll find out that my approach is very similar to what Matt and the Block team do. It's minimum effective dose. It's how this contributes to your overall quality of life, not making this the biggest, most important thing that you have going on. So if you want to...
Today's video is going to be all about summer essentials. Specifically, we're going to be talking about how to style your summer essentials and take them from basic and boring to banging and bougie. New here, my name is Chi-Chi, and on this channel we cover fashion, beauty, and lifestyle. So if you love hauls, lookbooks, vlogs, sis, you found your tribe. All you have to do now is subscribe. Sometimes just adding an additional piece can make all the difference. If you've been looking for ideas for styling pieces you already own, this video is for you. Keep on watching. Make sure to stick around all the way to the end so you don't miss any gems. So we're going to be styling 4 basics. They are as follows. A white tank, a summer must-have. White jeans, another summer essential. Shorts, and a summer dress. So without further ado, let's get into it. So we're going to start off with this white tank. My favorite one comes from Target, and I always recommend that you buy multiples of your summer essentials. I have about 3 or 4 of these white tanks. I not only have this tank in white, I also have in a plethora of colors, just because I feel like the high neck really kind of works for my shape. So I decided to pair the white tanks with some shorts. This is a very quintessentially summer look. This is the kind of look I would wear to run errands on the weekend. To kind of take this look up a notch, I decided I would layer on some necklaces just to add a little bit of, je ne sais quoi, something to the look, right? And then finish things off with a light layer in the form of this oversized white shirt. Oversized white shirts are a must-have during the spring and summertime. If you don't have one, sis, run, don't walk. I will link some of my favorites down in the description box. I actually have a couple. I have like 2 more in my current cart right now because I wore my oversized white shirts to death. I would wear them as a layer on top of my outfits. I would wear them as cover-ups. Some of them I actually wear as dresses. So you can do a lot with this. So if you don't have one, get one now. Now for the next look with this white tank, I decided to pair the look with a bias cut maxi skirt. I actually have this maxi skirt in 2 other colors because I really feel like this style and cut is super flattering. Now to finish off the look, I'm gonna throw on a pair of slides. You can keep this look just like it is right now. It looks pretty good to me. However, I feel like, the look it needs something. So here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna swap out those slides for these gold platforms. So what I really like about the platforms is that the gold in the platforms tie into the gold accents in the bags. And something about the metallic really helps to elevate this look. I would totally wear this look to brunch. I feel like the other look I would probably just wear to run to like Target or something because of the additional height that I got from the platform and the addition of the gold. I really feel like it does a good job elevating the look. So let me know your thoughts, right? Do you prefer the original look or do you prefer the updated look? So next essential we're going to be styling is going to be the summer dress. This is another must-have and essential for the season. I love wearing dresses in the summer because they're flirty, they're girly, they're perfect for like brunches and bridal showers and date night, etc., right? And I always look out for dresses that are easy for me to dress up from day to night. And one of the things that I love to do with my flirty and frilly summer dresses is to juxtapose and pair them with things that are a little bit more masculine, a little bit more grungy, kind of tough. During the winter, I would totally pair a summer dress with combat boots, but it's too hot for that, so we're gonna opt for some dad sandals. They don't have to be dad sandals. You could go for something just a little bit more grungy and kind of tough. I have a pair of Doc Marten sandals that I picked up last year. That's another example of a tough looking shoe that you can use to kind of add a little bit of interest to your more frilly dresses. And to finish off the look, let's not forget a bag, and voila, you have a look. Now again, this look is perfectly fine just as it is, but I feel like we can tweak it slightly to make it even better. What do you think? I agree. So I went ahead and threw on this straw hat. I always get questions about like how to, accessorize and dress up an outfit during the summer because it's hot. It may just be, the weather may just be too hot for you to do any kind of layering, for you to add a third piece. Well, never forget a hat, sis. A hat will do that for you. If you have an arsenal of like straw fedoras, baseball caps, not only do they add some interest to your outfit, but they also help to protect your scalp from the sun. So I've had this hat for years. They bring it back every single year. It's kind of like a cult favorite. So I'm going to link it down below. And what I like about this hat is that it comes in sizes. So if you have a bigger head and you struggle with finding hats in your head size, I promise you will find one in your head size. Well, I hope so. I'm wearing this hat here in a size extra large, and it goes up to a size 2XL. And I will link it for you in the description box down below. So let me know, which look do you prefer, the before look or the after look? Did the hat make the look better? I'd love to know your thoughts in the comments down below. Now, remember when I said I love to go for summer dresses I can pair, that I can dress up or dress down and take from day to night? Here is the perfect examples. We're gonna ditch our sandals and then we're gonna opt for a pair of heels. I'm personally partial to mules because they don't have any buckles, they don't have any ties, you just slide your feet in and go. And then I opted for a pouch bag, and I really love these pouch bags because they can fit everything, okay? Everything, right? From your slides to your makeup, your phone, your everything, a whole change of clothes if you need, you can fit into these pouch bags. That's why I always opt for them, because I feel like I can fit all my crap in there. So this outfit is pretty good on its own. I think so anyway. But I'm thinking, like, I think we can make this look better. I think we can make this look better. And so how are we gonna make it better? I think we could swap out these mules for something a little bit more fun, right? What do you guys think? Yep, I agree too. All right, so I decided to swap out my mules for a pop of color. Don't forget, you can have fun with your footwear, with your bag. Once you have a nice collection of like neutral color accessories, don't be afraid to invest in some color, because just the addition of that pop of color can really take your outfit from boring, okay, to banging. All right, so what y'all thinking? Do you prefer the look before or do you prefer the look after? Let me know in the comments down below. So now on to shorts. Okay, shorts are already a quintessential staple for the summer season. They are a must-have. So how many ways can you style a pair of shorts? I should make a video on that, like maybe 10 ways that I style shorts. Anyways, I digress. So I have these brown paperback shorts, which I believe I featured in my how to find the perfect pair of shorts video. If you haven't seen that video and you're struggling with finding shorts that fit your curves, sis, that video is a must watch. Okay, I will be sure to link it for you in the description box below. Fingers crossed that I remember. So with these shorts, I decided to go for this tan color top. The shorts are brown, the shirt is brown, kind of like a monochrome look. You can't go wrong with that. And continuing on with like my tan and brown family, I finished off the look with some brown nude sides. This is a super easy outfit that you can wear to brunch, you can wear to run errands. I love the fact that the shorts are tailored, so it really helps to elevate the look. You totally catch me in this outfit. But on the days where I feel like adding a little sauce, to my look, I feel like this outfit could be better. So I'm thinking we're gonna ditch the brown or cream colored shirt because it's cute and I'm digging the ombre look, but I think we can have a little bit of fun by adding a print. That's where this shirt comes in. So as soon as I saw this shirt, it was an instant add to cart. It was giving me 70s vibes. I loved how billowy the sleeves were. It's a brown color, but even though the colors are kind of muted, I loved how billowy the sleeves were. I loved the print on it, the pops of orange. And I really think it helps to bring out the orange in the brown of these shorts. Now, I typically don't go for shirts like this that are super billowy around the chest because, when you have a fuller chest, these type of tops tend to emphasize that. But how I was able to combat with this top was that I opened up some of the buttons to help create that deep V and elongate the neck. Okay, that was one of the tips I shared in my big bust styling video. So if you haven't seen that video, sis, Make sure to check it out, especially if you have a bigger bust and a fuller bust, all right? I'm really digging this shirt and how it just added a little bit of something to the look. I personally think that it really took this look from the original look from basic to, you know, banging. I think so. But let me know your thoughts in the comments down below. Do you prefer the original look or do you prefer updated look? If you're enjoying the video so far, sis, hit that like button. Also, this is a great time to share the video. Not only does it pay it forward, but you may know someone who's been searching for this video. So the next basic we're styling are white jeans. So we're gonna start off styling these white jeans with my tan t-shirt. I think we're gonna go for these clear sandals, my cream colored crossbody bag to kind of keep things all in the same color family. And this is like a super easy look that I would wear again to run errands, to have a casual meal, etc., etc. Although there's absolutely nothing wrong with this outfit, I would totally wear this look. I feel like we can make it better. I think we can make it better. So instead of our tan t-shirt, let's have a little fun. Let's add a little texture with this H&M mesh sweater. What I really like about this sweater is that it has holes all over it. So you can pretty much wear it now up until I would say mid to late June. I felt like the other look was very tonal, very bland, and the addition of this texture to the look, you know, does something. What do you think? Let me know. So let me know in the comments below which look you like better, the original look or the updated look. So we're gonna ditch the sweater. Okay, so if you're wondering about like how you can wear white jeans, there we go. The lightweight chiffon shirt. This is actually the top from a two-piece that I picked up last year from Pretty Little Thing. It's super lightweight, like it's almost non-existent. So if you're wondering about how you can layer in the summertime, chiffon tops are your best friend, especially if you're someone who is new to wearing crop top, isn't quite comfortable showing maybe all of your belly or maybe even your arms. This is a look that always works and it just makes your outfit look like you thought about it, but really all you did was added a shirt. That's it. And again, what I like about this shirt is that when you get to the beach, you can totally ditch the rest of your outfit and that shirt would act as a really cute cover up that you can pair with your bathing suit. So let me know your thoughts with this look. Do you like the before look or do you like the after look? Let me know in the comments down below. So this is just a fraction of the summer essentials and basics that you will need. I actually have a summer wardrobe checklist. There will be a link in the description down below. All you have to do is sign up for our newsletter and you will get an email from us with a link that you can download the checklist, right? I know I've made at least one video where I talk just about summer essentials. So if you're interested in more summer essential talk, I will also link that video for you in the description down below. And if you're curious about this gorgeous pink overshirt that I have on or this tank top, I always link all of my outfits in the description box of this video. It's going to be under the shop my outfits link and that's going to take you over to my LTK. If you're wondering what LTK is, it's basically an app where I link all of the items that I feature, all the stuff that I have my eye on, that I'm looking to buy. I not only link my fashion stuff, I also link my beauty stuff. So my favorite foundations, lip gloss, I link everything on that app. While you're there, just go ahead and just download the app and follow your girl, okay? I promise you, you won't regret it. If you enjoyed this video just like this, all you have to do is subscribe now. Check out this video.
In the next module, in creating educational technologies, we're going to be exploring artificial intelligence. Now, during this module, we're going to be examining the various aspects of artificial intelligence as it relates to education and exploring it as an educational technology, a tool for use in teaching and learning. This week, we're going to examine the concept of artificial intelligence, the fundamental theories behind that, how artificial intelligence is being applied to education, and some of the opportunities that are arising from that. And then we're going to narrow in and look at a particular application of artificial intelligence, and that is around chatbots. And the particular tool that you're going to be using in your portfolio assessment in creating a chatbot using the tool BotLibra. So first off, there is a document in the course material that explores the concept of artificial intelligence and how it can relate to AI in education. So I'd like you to read through that document. It's not incredibly long, and there's sort of small snippets within there, but it's about 30 or 40 pages. So skim through that, but look at some of the fundamental concepts that are behind artificial intelligence. Now, you don't need to understand them in great depth, but you do need to have a general overview of what we mean by artificial intelligence in education. So look at the text Intelligence Unleashed, and through your examination of this document, it explains how the general model for the use of artificial intelligence in education is that we have not just one model, but three. Over time, we've found that trying to address all of artificial intelligence as it relates to learning and the teaching processes can't really be encompassed in a single model. So the general philosophy currently is that there are three fundamental models that make up educational artificial intelligence applications. The first is a domain model, and this is a model that relates to the content of what is being taught. So often this is in a rule-based model, a whole lot of key words that relate to particular topics and explanations about what those terms mean. Or it may relate to a body of knowledge that's been trained in various artificial intelligence applications to be able to interpret what the content is about and provide learning context around that content that students can engage with. Now, with that, we then have a pedagogy model, which interacts with the domain model, and it engages in various ways of teaching. So it may be presenting information in small chunks and quizzing students on their understanding of that content. Or it may be interpreting students' questions and interpreting how best to provide answers to that. And more commonly now, it may be adaptive in that it will adjust the responses based upon the perceived understanding of the learner. And this is where we bring in the third model, which is the learner model. So it's an understanding of the learner. What are their strengths, their weaknesses, what pedagogical approaches best work with that learner, how that learner has developed, what level they are at in terms of various hierarchical instructional processes. But it encompasses a portfolio of the learner that the AI systems, the domain model and the pedagogy model can interact with and customize things to suit the individual needs of the learner. So those three models represent different processes that work interactively to create a interaction with the learner, with the AI system that's helping them with their learning. And together this creates what's called a learner interface, and generally it has interactive content, which is tailored to suit the particular needs of the learner, and a process of evolving that adaptability, which we call, well, it's defined around data capture. But there's a range of AI systems where we collect data on how the student is learning, how they're interacting with the pedagogy, how they're interacting with the content, what sort of words they're using, which words are generating a correct response, which words are creating incorrect responses. And a lot of AI systems rely upon the capture of data about their learning interactions. And then they refine that process. And the best AI systems refine those automatically, and we call that machine learning, where over time, the AI tutorial or tutor gets better and better because it has been trained on more and more students and more interactions with different students, and it learns over time how to be a better teacher. And that's what really differentiates an AI application, and particularly a machine learning supported AI application, from a simple programmed instruction material. So that data analysis ideally is done by the computer, the AI system itself, but sometimes it can be done by humans, and we call those rule-based systems. They're much more manually intensive because the computer's not doing it all itself, and they tend to be much more limited, and we'll talk about some of those limitations as we go. But the fully automated systems that learn from the interactions, that's where the power of AI and machine learning is revolutionizing a whole range of industries, not just education, but it could be optimizing processes for flying a plane in terms of autopilots, or optimizing processes for selling goods via online stores, and which prompts to provide to customers, which color schemes and all the rest best meet the needs of particular customers. And where it's successful, where a sale is achieved, those particular properties are reinforced. And where it's unsuccessful, where a sale is not achieved, the particular properties that were tried out are reduced. So it's less likely to try that approach again. And through thousands and thousands of interactions, it refines itself, it learns, and becomes better at selling. Just one example of many different applications of artificial intelligence. It could be around garbage collection. It could be around being able to translate words correctly and become more efficient in voice translation. Lots of different processes use these fundamental mechanics. We're interested in and focused more on the educational application. Same mechanics as being used in an autopilot or a voice translation system, but we're applying it to a tutoring process, a teaching process of improving the learning of a student interacting with the AI system. And collectively, this becomes what's called the open learner model, which is a set of processes that provide instructions and advice to students to support their learning. But it can also help inform teachers. We don't just have to use AI systems on their own. They can be used in conjunction with traditional teaching practices, and they can provide us advice and understanding of the strengths and weaknesses of our students and how we can go about improving their learning interactions. So we shouldn't just think of AI as a replacement for other processes, in our case teaching. Very often it can be used as a way of augmenting the processes. Now, of course, the concern is often that that augmentation will eventually migrate to replacement, and that is true. Many systems that can be replaced by computers will be. But in the meantime, certainly over the next decade or so, there will be a transition process whereby we will work with AI systems to improve various processes, and in our case, the processes of teaching. So go through the document and it will explain some of the nuances of these terms and processes in a little bit more detail. But what we're really interested in is how we can now use these AIs for education, how we can apply it. So again, on the website, you'll see a number of other documents in terms of how AI is used in education. And have a look at some of those and make a suggestion on how you feel that artificial intelligence is and will be used in education. And post that response to Teams. And we'll discuss that further in the tutorials. But have a look at the different applications for artificial intelligence. This is a summary. So first off, artificial intelligence can be used for the basic processes we have in education. Say role taking. Using image recognition, we can have a camera set up and that will automatically detect the students that are in our class and determine who's there and who's not. And that will save a lot of time. Make role taking, which normally takes about 10 minutes of a lesson, much more efficient and effective. But other things can also be applied around that. Grading is one that a lot of effort's being put into. We've had systems to automate marking for, say, multiple choice questions for a long time. They haven't really required any AI because they were very simple processes. But automatically marking an essay or a scientific experiment or computer program starts becoming more complex and difficult, but not impossible, particularly when we introduce machine learning processes where the AI can become more experienced and better at doing things over time through practice, just as humans learn. So systems for automatic grading are in place now, and many of them are exceeding what human graders can achieve in terms of the accuracy in the marking of student work. Now that's a little bit confronting because it used to be something that we thought humans would be dominant with, and that's a fundamental experience with artificial intelligence applications. There's always things that we think that we just done by humans, and over time we find ways for computers and AI systems to achieve the same processes and often exceed them. Now, the key aspect at the moment is around what we call outliers, where there are things that we haven't thought about. Now, inexperienced humans also have that same problem. When things come up that we haven't thought about, we make mistakes and fail in achieving things. We do well with things that we're practiced and trained and taught how to do, but strange things we have difficulty with. And so does AI systems. And machine learning allows the AI to make educated guesses. That's where it's different to rule-based AI, where in a rule-based system, we have to have programmed in the responses. And if we haven't programmed in a response, then the AI really doesn't know what to do. But with machine learning processes, and we use words such as neural networks and things like that, which we'll talk a little bit about, the AI can go through a series of probability comparisons and make a reasoned, educated guess at what a good response would be. And over time, as it makes those guesses and it identifies which of those guesses are successful versus which are unsuccessful, its ability to make correct guesses improves, just as a human being would do so. So some other applications. We talked a little bit about having adaptive learning tools, and that's a really big focus area for AI tutorials, because one of the holy grails of education is to have one-to-one tutorials where you can have a close interaction with a student and guide them through in their learning by really understanding in detail all of their strengths and weaknesses and interests, and being able to tailor how they learn and what they learn to their specific needs. But of course, in the real world, when you've got 20 or 30 students, that becomes very, very, very difficult, simply because you just don't have enough time to provide that level of attention to each student. AI systems, though, because of the ability for computerized systems to be easily replicated, so if we have an effective AI model that can be used for teaching an individual student based upon their strengths and weaknesses and so forth, we can very simply copy that model and have 20 of these models working, one for each individual student. So we can get around that difficulty we've always had in education around individualizing instruction. And that's a really powerful potential for artificial intelligence. It can be used to point out where we need to improve. And as I said, the diagnostic capabilities of artificial intelligence are built into the processes of its learning and improvement. So we can use that diagnostic processes then to also help inform our students how they can improve. Whereas good teachers do that as well. But again, it's the capacity of a teacher to work with a large number of students and to provide that feedback in an effective, continuous way. And while it can be done certainly by a human, it's simply time consuming. But an AI system is not so limited, and it can provide detailed feedback to students on where they've gone well, where they've had difficulty, where they need to improve, and provide that more in-depth support. And that leads to the next one around just that ongoing support. But that support is not just limited to their instruction. We might have a support system that helps them with their behavior, with their emotional support, with their career planning, a whole range of systems. Particularly in tertiary, we're developing a lot of these systems to build their students' resilience, to ensure that they don't drop out of courses. And a lot of that doesn't have anything to do with the actual instruction of the course, but it's around them coping with completing assessment tasks, managing their time, managing their finances, a whole range of other complexities that can be added to our AI models and support students in a whole wide variety of different aspects of their educational experiences. As I said, that can also be very useful in providing students with feedback, and that's one of their key strengths. Also in looking at how we find and access information. Now, you all would have found that with Google searches. Google searches are not necessarily AI driven, but they are increasingly having aspects of AI built into them to try to improve the quality of the searches and the responses that are returned. But we now access a lot of information through online search engines. But increasingly now, we're also using very much AI applications that relate to voice recognition. Many homes now have smart devices and smart terminals and smart speakers and so forth, where you can ask questions and receive valid responses because the AI system in the voice recognition processes have been able to interpret what you need or what you meant by the question and provide you with what you need in terms of a response. Now, they're not perfect yet, but they are certainly far better than they were 5 years, 10 years ago, and they will be far better into the future because the systems are learning. And there are millions of people using them, so there are millions of interactions occurring every day that are all used to train the model and improve it. Likewise, there are now systems around image recognition. The most common ones we're seeing at the moment being popularized in self-driving vehicles, where the image recognitions are set up to a level of quality whereby they can make decisions around how to steer and brake and drive automobiles. But they're also being used in facial recognition, particularly for surveillance. But in education, we're now starting to look at the idea of picking up cues on how students are learning based upon their facial features. Now, again, as a teacher, we can see when students are frowning and looking frustrated or looking confused. So AI systems can also do that now. And as they start seeing that body language, they can then adjust the instructional processes that are occurring, the pedagogical model, in terms of how students are presented with information, maybe reducing the complexity of it or increasing the complexity of it, the pacing of the information, based upon how the student's experience is occurring. Now, we're not just limited to visual processes in that respect. I also do some work with brainwave analysis, looking at how students' thought processes are occurring and how their brain waves are changing during a learning interaction. And that's helping form various AI models as well. But there are lots of other processes. Another one that's being worked on a fair bit is around galvanic response, which is essentially how much we're sweating. But by wearing a simple wristband, we can detect that quite easily, and that can help measure students' stress levels. And so again, we can adjust the content based upon students' physical, emotional responses to the learning experiences that they're engaged with. Other processes are looking at their voice in terms of measuring their stress levels and their interest levels and engagement through voice analysis. So lots of different ways of trying to build a better student model so that it can inform the pedagogical model and the content model to better craft the learning experience for the student. And so you can start to see how all of this combined starts getting a much more detailed understanding of the student and how they learn best and the content that they'll engage with and interact with than a teacher could hope to be able to replicate. So a few other things. That then starts changing the role of teachers. If all that information is now available to us, maybe we can then utilize that information ourselves as teachers to better understand our students and to then cater various activities and interactions that supplement what the AI system is doing, but allow us to have that personal interaction, that human touch to the educational experience that many people value highly. Not everyone though. I do a fair bit of work with robotics and AI systems and how robotics can replace that human interaction aspect for some students. And there's been a great amount of success done with autistic students where the human interaction is actually one of the limiting factors in their learning. And the variability and confusing nature of human interactions can disrupt their learning. Whereas an AI-enabled robot, which is much more predictable for the student, and they are able to relate to it and interact with it much more effectively, it's proving to be very useful for their instruction. Likewise for young children. Again, it was one of the areas that some educators thought, oh, AI will never be used to teach young children because they need that human interaction and human engagement. But we're actually finding that they actually have no problems at all thinking of a robot as a real teacher and interacting with it as they would with a human being. And indeed, they can have really great human relationship interactions with a robotic device. Of course, most of their toys are robotic devices. And their imagination easily allows them to conceive of the robot as something that they can interact with as though it was real. And for them, it is real. It's providing them with support with their learning. It's looking after their interests and emotions. It's responding to them in a positive, supportive way. And this idea of human interactions is really being upturned with various robotic devices. There's robot seals that we're deploying in nursing homes, where elderly people can interact with this robot seal, and it comforts them and it engages them, talks with them, and they can interact with it. And it's much more patient with them when they have difficulty communicating and engaging with human staff. So the idea of the emotional aspect of AI and of robotics has certainly been challenged in recent years. So a few other things. AI, as I said, is not just limited to providing educational support, but also around the behavioral and emotional support, particularly around trial and error. Because AI systems can be infinitely patient. And a student can keep trying and keep working at something and being supported by the AI far beyond the patience level of most human teachers. to do similar things. And then again, as we said before, the data that's being collected by AI can be used for lots of other purposes, certainly to teach, but also to support students, and also to help them with their career development and a whole range of other aspects. Of course, that level of data does open up potential misuse of that data, and there needs to be checks and balances brought into place around that, particularly when we have AI systems that can influence students at least as or more so than teachers do. We know that teachers strongly influence students in their behavior and their beliefs and understanding about a whole range of concepts. And if we can make that process much more effective, that does open up potential problems. So there are a range of ethical issues around AI, and we're going to be talking about those in later weeks. And finally, AI systems are much more flexible. They can be very portable, so students can learn and engage wherever they have a device. And many of these systems can be done through a smartphone and things of that nature. So students can be effectively learning, and their learning can be monitored and modified and engaged with by an AI system on a bus or on a beach, or wherever they might happen to be. AI systems can be much more deployable. So we can have AI systems developed from experts all over the place. And as with any computer system or computer tutorial system, they're easily replicated and transferred. And so we can have the best AI instructors from around the world available to individual students wherever they are in the world. So lots of different aspects around AI in education and its future potential. So have a look at those readings and think if you can come up with your own contributions of how AI can support teaching and learning. So again, here's a narrowing down now as we start thinking about a particular AI application, which is the conversation bots or tutorial bots, or essentially AI applications where we have a conversation with them. Now, they can be through text, they can be now through voice, and so there's a range of ways of interacting with these. But the four or five main processes are providing an evaluation to students in terms of feedback, but also to teachers in terms of feedback on how students are going in various activities and tasks. So again, lots of data is being collected by AI systems. AI systems rely upon data, and that data can then be formatted and presented in ways that is useful for teachers and also for students. So not just used by the AI, but also used by others. Students can ask fact-based questions and receive answers, and that's a very common application of chatbots. They can be used as a medium for communication. So you can set questions like you would for a quiz and have the chatbot present the quiz to students and have them go through and provide answers. Or it can be done as a test or as an instructional activity, guiding them through a process whereby they have to work through a series of stages. So there can be a range of communication processes through chatbots. And then there's just the processes of having a natural conversation. Just as there's a benefit for students talking to their teachers and having that social conversational interaction to practice their own language skills, their own grammar, their own questioning ability, so too that they can do that with more advanced AI chatbot systems, where they can pose questions in a range of different ways and see the responses, then evaluate the responses, and refine their questions and carry out an ongoing conversational process. But all up, this is part generally of a tutorial system, which is designed to help students learn various concepts and processes and have we call didactic or conversational support to those processes, just as a teacher would provide that conversational support to students in various learning instances, as I am doing now. But you can imagine that I could be replaced quite easily here with a chatbot That could have been either pre-programmed or trained by a machine learning process. And over time, it's improved itself based upon your responses to various assessment tasks and quizzes and things like that. And with our ability to generate avatars now, my talking head could very easily be a computer-generated talking head, and you would have difficulty in discerning the differences between myself as a human instructor and an AI instructor. So these are the areas where education is progressing very rapidly. It's not just education, of course. Every industry is facing disruption, as we call it, through the advent of artificial intelligence and the effectiveness it's proving around machine learning. But we are, of course, focused on what's happening in education. So it also opens up a range of opportunities. Now, yes, things will be different. AIs are going to replace many of the more traditional processes that have occurred in education. But as we find with all industries, except the few that really are destroyed and die out, they transform based upon the impact of new technologies. And education will transform, and the role of teachers and the processes that occur in education will adjust to take advantage of the new technology, in this case AI, and adopt new ways of doing things. So here is a range of problems that are common in education and some of the AI solutions to these problems. So one is the standardized curriculum. Teaching everyone in a class the same thing has always been a problem, so it doesn't cater for their individual needs. And personalized learning is an AI-based solution to that. Likewise, having individualized instruction and one-to-one tutor time, because of the large number of students generally, has been difficult, but having personal virtual tutors is a way of addressing that. Same sort of concept of personalized learning. Grading and assessment is often time consuming, and we tend to rely then upon multiple choice as a time effective way of doing assessment. But with AI systems, we can have much more open-ended, nuanced questions, and the marking and feedback can be provided around those in real time. Often in a classroom environment, students may have questions, but either are too shy or the teacher doesn't have time to address all the questions that students might wish to ask. But with AI virtual classroom assistants, they can ask the questions of the AI and receive responses that support their learning, whereby in a normal classroom environment, the questions would often be disruptive to that process. Personalized communication can now be done at scale, so we can have individual answers made to student queries and questions that they might submit by email or might be submitted by parents or other things. So that's a way of addressing these, again, specific needs of the learner without having to rely upon generic responses that are suitable for everyone, simply because we don't have time to address specific responses to each individual. AI systems can be used for selection processes, whereas at the moment we use a lot of our assessment, particularly in the senior years in secondary education, is around selecting students for restrictive places at tertiary education, giving them a score that allows them to then apply to university to get into particular courses based upon their interests and so forth. AI systems can be used to improve that selection process, because now we can have AI systems that look at a whole lot of data about students. But it doesn't need to just be done for tertiary entrance. We might be wanting to select students who is going to be on the debating team or a sporting team, or any process whereby we need to make complex selections. And the advantage of this is that if the AI system doesn't have any bias, and we're going to be talking about bias in later weeks, then it's a much fairer process. It can be made much more transparent in some cases, but everyone is then subject to the same computerized model So individual human biases can often be reduced. But there are some other biases that can creep in from AI systems, and we'll talk about those in later weeks. We can do also what's called sentiment analysis, which is trying to determine students' their mood, essentially, how they're liking a course or disliking a course, or liking their degree program. Are they likely to drop out? Are they likely to disengage or not attend school? A whole range of different analysis that can be put into place to better understand students and provide responses and feedback and supportive mechanisms to reduce the possible negative consequences of their sentiment. And finally, another area, particularly in tertiary, is using AI to address systemic cheating, particularly with online cheating and plagiarism. That's becoming supported by various educational technologies that are negative to some people's perceptions in education. We can also use AI systems to try to combat that, whereby we can identify patterns and repeated use of particular assessment items or assessment responses and a whole range of other processes, down to looking at how students type. There's a whole lot of typing analysis that's done for online testing. So over a course, there'll be various instances where students have typed responses in, and they've developed a particular pattern of how long they spend typing certain keystrokes, and a whole lot of, it's like a fingerprint based upon how you type. And so once that model has been developed for a student, we can then have them do an online exam. And if their model of how they type is significantly different to how they've demonstrated that they type elsewhere in the course, that can flag the possibility that there's someone else doing that exam other than the student. So again, there's lots of different techniques being applied to combat cheating. The most common is around plagiarism detection, trying to analyze students' work and to see if it matches other students' work. But it can also be used to see if their assignments match previous work of that same student that they've done in class or through the discussion forums or through previously submitted assignments, and a whole lot of other processes that build up a better model of what the student is, again, that student model, and then apply it to understanding if there are any variances or discrepancies in that model that might indicate that something is askew. Okay, so for your portfolio item for this module, you're going to be developing a chatbot. Now, it is going to be what we call a rules-based chatbot. There are a range of chatbots that are available. Now, the easiest is what we call a closed domain, retrieval-based, rule-based chatbot. So what we mean by closed domain is that there is a set number of responses. We've thought about all the questions that the student might ask, and we've developed a response to each of those questions. Now, it's not then open domain. So if a student asks a question that we haven't thought about, then the AI chatbot will not have a response to that, or it will have a generic, I don't know how to answer that response. So with a retrieval-based, rule-based chatbot system, we can't respond to every possible question that students ask. There's just too many possibilities. So then we have what are called generative-based systems. This is the machine learning systems. Now, these generate a response based upon the information provided. And it can draw upon things such as Wikipedia or online encyclopedias, and it can draw upon a whole lot of other previous responses that have been done by students. And it develops a response based upon a whole lot of information, but it's not one set response. And it also tends to then have probabilities associated with those. So it might say, we're 70% sure that this is the right response, but there's a 30% chance it might be this other response. And it will randomize that, and 70% of the time it'll give the most likely response, but sometimes it'll give another response. And there might be 100 other responses. So you can never be sure exactly what response you'll get. But over time, through thousands and thousands of interactions, it will narrow down those probabilities to a set of responses that have proven to be effective in the past. And that's really effective for closed domain systems such as language translation, where there's a set number of words and things like that, and we can generate that relatively easily and effectively nowadays. It's hard, it takes a fair bit of work, but we've got systems now that do that really well. Making such a generative system, though, that can answer any question, that's what the real potential of AI as we're currently working on, so that you can have an ongoing conversation and it will respond just as a human would respond, and you wouldn't be able to tell the difference. And we're pretty much there now. Not for everything. There's still ways of tricking it and identifying the AI in most cases, although certainly they're working close towards that. But as these systems will be developed, we'll be able to ask any question or have any conversation, and it will have a natural feel and provide effective responses during our conversation. And that's the general AI model that is being worked on. So for your assignment, of course, we're not asking you to create a general AI. You're going to be creating the rules-based, closed domain retrieval-based responses, where you identify a range of possible questions that the student will ask, and then you'll provide set responses to those questions. So chatbots can be used for a range of things, as we've said before. They can help improve students' learning. They can collect feedback and data effectively. They can be used to educate students, and the response is instantaneous. But there are other benefits. They can be a personalized environment tailored to a specific student's needs and interests. They can generally be a comfortable and confident environment. Students can ask really dumb questions as they perceive them without fear of reproachment and being embarrassed. Of course, the AI system, unless it's been programmed to, which generally they're not, won't make any judgments and snarky comments and criticisms of the student. Over time, AI systems will learn how the student thinks, how they phrase things, how they word different questions, and it will adapt to that. They can introduce slang and difficult sayings. They can also introduce responses to various languages. As these models develop, AI systems can respond to students in their own home languages, and that can be thousands of languages. And so that provides an advantage over current systems, learning systems, which generally are predominantly in English or in a couple of languages. It's now quite, well, it's not quite simple yet, but we're moving towards where we'll be able to have AI interactions in any language. And of course, they can be available 24/7. So really complex interactions where students are struggling with a question and struggling to understand an idea and need to talk it through can be done whenever students need to do that. Okay, so the AI system you're going to be developing, it will be that closed chat system, and we're going to be using a tool called BotLibra. Now, BotLibra is quite a powerful tool, and it's an open source environment, and it can be used for making much more generalized hard AI systems. But we're going to use it in its simplest formats to make a closed AI rule-based system. So you're going to be creating this, and I've provided you with resources on the course website in terms of instructional guides and videos and so forth to assist you in understanding the BotLibra tool. On the website, you'll find an embedded BotLibra where you can ask questions of it and see how it works. The one I've set up, you can also ask questions with your voice. If you open it up into its, you can't do it through the web, to the HTML, you can't do it through the course website. You have to open the BotLibra website to do the voice interactions. But then you can talk to it and it will respond, and you can also hear its responses. And it also has an avatar, so you can actually get facial feedback cues as well. So Also on the course website, there's a range of example BotLibra educational chatbots, and you can try those out and explore them and get some ideas for your own educational application. So again, we'll talk through the processes in the tutorials. Hopefully, if you engage with the tutorials and explore your ideas about the educational application you wish to create. But you do need to have your chatbot teach something. So it's not just having a conversation. It does actually have to be an instructional process whereby the students are learning something through the chatbot conversation. Okay, so some of the advantages, as I said, chatbots and AI systems allow us to look at the data in great detail. So you'll be able to look at the conversation logs. So you can have your friends try out conversing with your chatbot, and you can have conversations with your chatbot, and you can see which interactions, which questions provided a good response and which provided a generic or an incorrect response. And then you can adjust your chatbot based upon the data that you're seeing there. And that's how we train our chatbot. You can also include greetings and different ways it can sort of interact in a sort of conversational way with your students, and also have default responses. So where it can't give a valid response, what can it say in a more generic way that then prompts students to continue with the conversation and explore things in a way that the chatbot can respond effectively. And again, you can look at all the phrases that you've incorporated and the words that trigger responses. So look at BotLibra, look at the tutorials and instructional guides that teach you how to create it. You don't have to create a very complex chatbot, but you do need to think about how it's going to teach students something through that interaction. So think about how you might have taught someone through a conversation or through explaining something to them, and how an AI system, in this case a chatbot, could do a similar process. Okay, so the chatbots that you're going to be creating are rule-based. So there are set rules, there are set keywords that will trigger set responses. And next week, we're going to look at non-rule-based systems that go through deep learning and use what we call neural networks, which is how we have our brain wired up with various neurons between synapses and so forth, and how these systems can develop responses on their own. But that's it for this week. There's some readings to do, and the BotLibra application to explore, and to try creating your own small chatbot just to get started, or at least have a look at a range of existing chatbots so you can start getting an understanding of what might be achievable.
Here at the Giver Marketing Network, we don't leave you drifting out in space. We connect you to a coach who will help you build and grow your marketing business. Our process acts as a guide on how to connect with other businesses, maintain good relations, and establish a presence on the Giver Marketing Network. Each member within this collaborative group will have the opportunity to leverage your talent and influence, a true network effect. If you are looking to collaborate on more projects, welcome to the Giver Marketing Network, the most trusted and highest rated collective of specialists on the planet. Here we have a group of like-minded professionals who focus on making valuable introductions and helping each other grow by teaming up. Imagine Upwork meets a network and a coach. The talent collectively includes services like visibility and SEO, creating logos, designing websites, managing social media, outreach messaging, visual storytelling, and much more. Think of what you could do with laser-focused allies, strengthening your business while offering your talents to the entire network. Click near this video for more information.
Welcome, welcome, welcome. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, depending on when and where you are tuning in from. We are here with Joel Snyder at the Giver Marketing Network and also representing Kingdom Warriors Holders Group as well today and streaming in all different places. So, Joel, thank you for coming in and helping us take a deep dive into this nurturing conversation around marketing. Like, how do we nurture or follow up or continually be in front of our audience in a way that doesn't bother them, but it makes them feel more connected to you and more trusted in the relationship. So really appreciate your superpowers in this area. Joel Snyder is from Coax Consulting, and he's part of the Giver Marketing Network. He's also streaming here on Kingdom Warriors Holders Group as well. And so he's kind of by proxy part of that group and community. And so we're excited to have Joel today. So Joel, do you want to share anything, maybe a little bit of your origin story? How did you get into the marketing world?
Oh, yeah. Hey, thanks, Tim. It's really always great to be here. The Giver Marketing Network has been instrumental in the growth of my business, and it's just been a really awesome team to lean on to fill in gaps in our team structure when needed. And so being able to share some of my experience with the network is always a great pleasure. I come from the corporate world, dealing with the employees in the incentive industry, working on productivity programs and consumer incentives, and really connecting the psychology of human behavior with the benefits that relate to the bottom line of the business. And so my transition came from that to wanting to relate that to the local business, the regional companies that are supporting their community and employing people and providing jobs, and just taking the knowledge that I gleaned from a full career in the corporate world and bringing it to a level where the entrepreneur, the small and regional business person, can apply these best practices to build the profits within their own organizations, to allow more jobs, higher wages, and support the community in different ways.
It's amazing how the small business has similar or the same tools that the larger corporations have now in their business when it comes to marketing, especially in their respective ventures and organizations. And you tend to bridge that gap and say, hey, when it comes to follow up or nurturing or putting a retargeting ad out there that kind of nurtures your audience that you're already been in front of, you can do this just like the multi-million-dollar or the billion-dollar company down the road. Like, you can do the same thing they do. Just let me help you as kind of the mastermind or the maestro behind the scenes, orchestrating all that. And you've done that with us. You've helped other clients. You've helped multiple layers of clients, associates, clients, and all sorts of other projects that I've been able to hear about, see firsthand, and we've presented in the past before. But this is new content. This is content you're coming up with fresh for the audience today. And so with that, Joel, thank you for sharing your story and alleviating the pain of the small business when it comes to nurturing. I love that you do that. So if you're having trouble following up with those prospects and staying in front of them, and they always tend to end up in kind of a cul-de-sac somewhere, kind of a dead end somewhere where you don't know if they're interested still or not. Joel is the guy you want to contact, and look him up even now while you're listening to this and watching this. Look him up on LinkedIn, look him up on some of the other social channels. And at the end, he'll give you a goodie today that you can have some time with him at no cost. And I know your time is worth hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of dollars per hour, Joel. But you being able to offer a little bit of your time to our audience today is just a gift. And so thank you for doing that. With that, you want to do some show and tell? Are we ready for that? Do you want to do
Let's
that?
bring it on.
Okay,
Absolutely.
let's go. All right, so we got nurturing for growth, or a deeper dive into nurturing. Joel, at this point, this is your baby. Take this. I'll click on some of the slides. Stacy, I know you're behind the scenes trying to help. I'll click on some of the slides because I'm seeing some of the kind of the rhythm of the presentation today. So Joel, you and I, man, let's do this together.
Yeah, fantastic. Well, we have had some opportunities to talk about retargeting and different ways of nurturing a database over time, and I've been getting a lot of requests for a much deeper dive. And so, what I want to do today is really just kind of deconstruct the nurturing process and show lots of different applications, as well as some best practices and some sequences that will help anyone can do this from an organic perspective to a paid perspective. But the biggest thing is we want to lead with value, and we talk about this in the Giver Marketing Network all the time. So my goal here is to give the information that empowers organizations to exponentially grow by closing that loop right between the cold traffic and the conversion. Because in the end, we want to develop a brand ambassador. We all know word of mouth is always the best advertising. And every time we can get testimonials, any type of case studies, anything that shows credibility, it's always a great way to do that. But it tends to come with some work. So what we want to do is leverage some automated workflows. And this is what we're going to talk about more today to help that business grow and foster a value-first mindset.
So when we talk about value first, if you don't mind, I want to ask just genuine, authentic questions as we go along here, because we're always learning from each other, right? So value first, lead with value, bring something of value to the marketplace. These are phrases that tend to be used quite a bit in our own industry. What about for those who are watching that own another kind of business, or maybe lead a purpose-driven nonprofit of some kind of venture or organization where they feel like they have value inherently in the organization? That's part of their mission. But how do you recommend people communicate that on the kind of the tail end of or the beginning of a nurturing process, or the tail end of marketing process right before somebody's about to purchase or donate or engage in a deeper way? How do we do that?
Yeah, well, and this presentation really digs deep into that subject. And I think, the biggest thing is we have a tendency to sell rather than educate, and educate. And there's something that's unique about you in your industry and in your business that cannot be sourced on the internet. You have some specialized knowledge that will come up. You may have heard this phrase, "He's forgotten more than I know," on that topic, right?
Yeah, they've forgotten more than we know, or something like that. Yeah.
Right, because they have so much knowledge that it's not going to all be out front, and it's not already. So if we can determine some really unique, specialized knowledge that you have in your industry that can't typically be sourced by someone just typing in a search term, now you're delivering value beyond what is, in the pedestrian
right
kind of audience.
In the common audience. Okay. So somehow it's got to be if I'm hearing you right, it's got to be some kind of application or deeper insight to how the mechanism or how the flow works, so that you can use emotional intelligence. You can use some things that really, whether it's a typical word search or an artificial intelligent aggregator of information. It's more than information, it's wisdom. You're applying this in a way that brings extraordinary value, not bottom of the barrel value, not value anybody can offer in your industry, but specialized value. Something
I think wisdom's a good word for it. Yeah,
okay.
For sure. What to watch out for, some best practices, things like that.
Application of that knowledge. Okay, great. Why does nurturing work, Joel? Tell us more about some of this.
So there is this marketing trap, right? We're small budget marketers. Now that may be an individual company marketing for themselves, or it might be a solopreneur who's just helping, some of the people in their community, or they've picked up Uncle, Bill's company to help them. And they may have a background in marketing, but it's a small budget, right? So their main focus tends to be on cold, new transactions, and very few of them really spend effort on retargeting all that acquired traffic. And they lead with a gimmick and disqualify non-purchased data. And this is where
Explain that, because there's a couple of terms in there that as marketing professionals, we understand it, but let's say that some of our audience is just either growing or learning or wanting to revisit this topic. Can you explain that a little bit more?
Yeah. So when you go out and trying to build your business, you're acquiring some kind of traffic, either to your website or in your email, even phone calls, right? You're acquiring traffic that's coming to you. And typically we're leading with a gimmick of some kind, a coupon, a discount, a freemium, right? And then, but we've disqualified the non-purchase data. So there's all this opportunity to collect data from the market that's going to tell you how to sell to them. And instead of listening and quantifying all of that and putting it into a system, we ignore it because we're looking for the lowest hanging fruit. We're looking for that immediate benefit, that immediate transaction.
So you're saying that if I'm hearing you right, the prospects, the data, the people, the information that's coming in that we already have in our containers that are sitting there, rather than letting them kind of rot or not be as productive, you're saying put some of our efforts and our time into the containers we already have in front of us. That's actually a better low-hanging fruit than somebody who might just be kicking tires and maybe have a little bit of a desire for something.
Yeah, believe it or not, the decision to purchase was made, a long time ago before they ever got to you. And so you'll see in the financial section, we know that we're going to leave about 40% of our revenue on the table by focusing on an immediate transaction versus the recurring relationship.
Okay. So
right?
Eventually they're going to buy because they do have everybody has some sense of a need or want for what you have at some point if they're in your ecosystem. It's just a matter of when and if you're still in front of them or if you've kind of forgotten about them. Okay, I got you.
And if you think, I just pulled this little stat from Facebook. They're saying, you want to spend 5 to 10% of your Facebook ad budget. I say no less than 10%. And I actually coach my clients to look at 20 to 30% of their ad budget for retargeting ads.
And retargeting means, ladies and gentlemen, for those who aren't quite aware of that, is people that are already in your database, you're just getting back in front of them again. You're re-engaging them.
Right. You're inviting them back in.
Love it. Love it.
Let's go back one last point I wanted to put on this, the ignored opportunities. Most consumers are spending money on multiple products that only partially resolve their issue. So when we go back to our initial comment about not disqualifying non-purchase data, the question is, are you listening to that data? Because they're asking for it, right? Can you solve my issue? And they're out actively buying solutions that are only 2/3 adequate, right?
Got it. And when you say non-purchase data, you mean organic engagement and engagement that's happened without you purchasing a particular ad or list of some kind, correct?
No, what I'm talking about is the data that you acquire by the traffic that comes in that didn't buy.
Got it. So the people are the non-purchasers in that phrase.
Any of that traffic, any of that data that's being collected in your Google Analytics or in your website data, regionalism, how many bots versus actual visitors. I mean, we could go on and on and on. There's just tons and tons of people that didn't buy or tons of activities that happened that were not transactional that are of high value because
so in a way,
covered.
you could almost say non-purchaser data. It's
Yeah,
the data from the non-purchasers.
right.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah.
I love it. I love it.
So if you're listening to that, it'll tell you what the next steps are. So let's
Okay.
go ahead now. So we're talking about solution-based marketing, really. Nurturing is the buyer is not asking what I want to buy. They're asking, who do I want to buy from?
That's what we're assuming here. Yes.
Right. So self-education, research, this buyer is already gone several steps before they got to you. Nobody wakes up in the morning and says, oh, I think I'll put on a new roof. Right. It has to be a need. They've done some research. They've got some pricing. They've talked to friends. Now they're looking for who.
So we're assuming that in this conversation that they've gone down a journey where they've been aware of their need or want. They've done a little bit of research. Now it's our job to bridge the gap between just being aware of us to actually engaging well with us so that the trust goes from like a 3 to like a 7 or an 8 or a 9 so they can actually make a decision.
Right. And if you think of all the stuff we've talked to up to this point, it's all about that, right?
Yep.
So now what we're talking about in retargeting is looking at intent and behavior as the driver. The who is your who is the beginning of the blueprint, right? The marketing blueprint. We're already down the funnel a little ways. Now we're saying, okay, intent and behavior, that's what's going to drive my next action. And we also know that nurturing is going to be less expensive than buying cold traffic, right? Because it's data we already have. It's people we've already captured, people on our email list or database. We saw a nice question come through. Is that people that joined your list and didn't buy, or, whatever. So yeah, hopefully this answers that question. And then we're going to add automated workflows, right? So yes, Corey, that's exactly right. So automated workflows save time and provides valuable feedback. And we want to make it a simple design that gives the customer the information they want at the time they're ready to receive it. So I think another trap is in cold traffic, especially, we're looking for a transaction and we're just spewing information that the consumer's not ready for, or the buyer's not ready for.
So the fire hose effect is not a good thing, Joel? You don't want to just absolutely automate them to death and just kind of throw all the data at them right at the beginning? You don't want to do that?
Yeah. I mean, think of your own experience, right? Do you go and get a manual on how to install a roof? No, you start at the beginning and you kind of work your way through aesthetics and materials and costs. And then you think about how much time it's going to take and what you have to do to accommodate that, right? And there's a series of questions that you present to a vendor. So all of that is happening in the mind of the purchaser or the mind of the consumers. And we're saying, here's the end at the very beginning, rather than saying at the beginning, these are things that are going to be important to you, and this is how we're going to solve it. Okay. So that's solution-based presentation. That's that value-based information that we're talking about.
And it's got to be valuable to the audience, not just valuable to you, right? We got to think, we got to have an emotionally intelligent, others awareness. This is where they're at. It's not about what's valuable to me. What's valuable to me is a sale. What's valuable to them is a solution, correct?
Right. And they're going to tell you how to do that with intent and behavior. So let's go on and dig a little deeper, because we've got a lot to look at. So tracking everything, we talk about that all the time. We want to make sure that we're delivering salient value. So not just what we think is value, but like you said, what's valuable to them. And we want to do that with specific workflows. And Corey, I've got some really good tips for you here coming up. Positioning, right? We want to position ourselves as the only option. And I put this term, beating the scratch test. This actually came from one of my coworkers, one of my business partners. And what we talk about is, can somebody scratch the name off of someone else's brochure and put their own name on it and hand it to the consumer, right? So your information needs to be unique. Your value proposition needs to be specific, and that you position yourself as the only option so that no one else can take your name off, put their name on, and say, yeah, I can do that too.
So it's not enough to have just a unique personality or a smile. You got to have something tangible or something you can articulate very clearly that's unique, correct?
Yeah. And if we're in a solution-based marketing mindset and you have unique knowledge, now we're delivering true value, right? And then we're going to test each step for responses. We're not testing for sales. We're looking at what I call a series of mini sales, little tiny sales, right?
Little conversions, right?
Yeah, little agreements along the way. How many yeses does it take to get to a sale, right? So if I can provide this solution and you agree that it relates to you, you're going to take the next step, right?
Some call these breadcrumbs or, micro experiences or something, right?
Yeah, but more than that, like you're talking about, emotional intelligence, it's can I relate, right? Does this apply to me? The consumer or the buyer has to see themselves in that situation. We've had some great talks about story brand and being a guide, things like that. So, these are little miniature points of agreement that bring them closer to you.
And it's not always just knowledge. It's some kind of application of that knowledge or some kind of experience, or it's knowledge plus. It's
I mean, why do you stage a house in real estate for people coming in the room, right? You don't leave the previous family's stuff laying around because we want that person to see themselves in the space.
Right? That's a good analogy. That's good.
And then be authentic. Be honest, no tricks, no bait and switch, all that stuff.
That's what I love about you, Joel, and a lot of the folks that we're spending time with, our clients even. There's a whole group of people. I'd say most of the people we work with are just screaming for authenticity and transparency and the real numbers, the real expectations, the real solution, not the gimmicky solution like you were kind of alluding to before, but the real solution to your particular problem, because I was listening and I love that. That's super good.
So we talk about some of the different tools. So CRM, of course, we want to track all the activity and move people through these automated processes. Specific email sequences. So you want to think about what's the next thing they need to know? What's the next thing they need to know, right? Based on their actions. We know that it takes 4 positive interactions to create a brand ambassador, meaning they have to repeat purchase from you. And so it's a nice positive experience. They're continuing to engage with you. And it only takes 1 negative one to get a bad review, right? So, so we know that, we used to say it takes 10 good customers to create word of mouth, and it takes 1 negative customer to create 30 bad reviews. So we have a real job to do. So this whole being authentic and providing value and allowing people to connect with you is so important, because in the end, the brand ambassador is going to multiply your business exponentially.
Do what you say what you do, give them expectations that are clear, no bait and switch, just stay real with it. CRM, what does that stand for, Joel?
Yeah, so customer relationship management. So let's go on to the next slide. I want to dig into this a little bit more. So when you have a workflow overview and you're using a good contact manager, then you can create these automations. And I'll show you how this all kind of fits together here in the next few slides. So the automation model. So we're adding a prospect to the top of our workflow. That action is going to be based on their intent and behavior. Do we need to send them a message? Do I just need to classify them in another way? Do I need to invite them to a meeting or to a webinar of some kind? And then will my system update them by creating a note or move them from one stage to the other in the buyer's journey within my system, right? and then customize these notes so that it appears on their contact record, using little trigger fields to update information about that. And a little pro tip I put here at the bottom, if your system allows it, set up browser and mobile notifications so that you receive a personalized message when your contact moves from one stage to the next. So if you have good automation, and we put people in the top of this automation, and based on their intent, they're getting a sequential set of activities. Now I want to be notified when they've moved maybe down 2 or 3 stages, right? In the meantime, I don't have to think about it. So
now there's a comment here that automation is great, and these are, you know, these are a big part of what we have to do in order to leverage the technology that's available to us, especially the smart business owners. What about like the phone call? Like when one of these triggers and you notice somebody goes into the next stage, can there be places where we make a quick phone call or a text message or a conversation that's maybe you notice something and then that triggers you and then you can take an action? Is that what you're alluding to here?
Right. So if you take the pro tip and you get that notification that a customer has moved from one stage to the next, then maybe in your sequence that point is when you make an personal outreach.
Got
When
it.
you go to
Okay.
a phone call or you send them a personalized email, you know. So let's move on if there's more here on this. So we've got to prepare the workflows ahead of time. So automation only works because we know what's needed, right? So we have stages where we've added classifications and tags. So if I put someone in a prospecting stage, they get the right tag, they're then segmented, we give it a score, right? So all of that is in there. Then the messaging, so that they're getting the right message at the right time. Maybe they need a proposal. Maybe they need to know what the next steps are. Maybe they need to be onboarded in some specific way.
And most of this can be done in what you were talking about before, in a CRM or some kind of automated software that allows you to kind of track and walk that journey with the client. You can give them certain tags, which is certain phrases that or words that will help you search for those type of folks later. There are certain categories. It's basically categorization at another level so that you're not having to overthink and try to remember every stage that every potential client is at, correct?
Right. Yeah. And, you know, we've done some things with clients based on their ability to get into a presentation and then another set who post the presentation.
Right. Yep.
Right. So all of these stages and messaging are all pre-programmed. And then we want to look at reviewing and refining based on exiting. So, you know, we're all so focused on putting people into the top of our funnel, we forget to go back to figure out why people haven't exited the funnel. Or maybe they have exited the funnel, but we don't know exactly why it was unsuccessful.
Right. So that more real and gritty data.
Right. And we're just chalking it up to, oh, not a fit. Right.
Yeah, good point.
But there may be something, you know, deeper in there that's going to help you. And then the days at each stage is kind of an important piece of data. How long are they sitting in that prospecting stage? How long are they sitting in the middle of the funnel? Right? How long have they sat in that pre-exit step? Right? We want to know that and why that's important. And so our little pro tip is when you're creating all of these, make sure you add instructions so that your team is on the same page with you. They're using the same language, the same intent of that stage, right? The application of that particular workflow is only used in this specific way. So that if you have a team of people that are out prospecting and creating leads and using your contact manager, you want to make sure everyone's using it in the same way.
Got it. Okay, that's really good. I love that.
So nurturing can also be used in discovery. So one of the things that we're finding is lead generation clutter. So in the beginning of your lead gen process, you've probably got a bunch of potential deals that are in the early stages of your pipeline, but they're just not ready to move forward through the sales process. We're not going to delete them. They're not really lost, but that creates a lot of clutter in your pipeline, right? So we can use nurturing as a way to score and qualify these potential leads. So there's a couple of examples I give in here of lead scoring. One is BANT, which is budget, authority, needs, and timeline. So you could do a sequence around that. And that just identifies leads worth pursuing, right? Do I want to spend any time with them? Well, if they've met these 4 items in a positive way, then yeah, it's worth pursuing. Or we need to nurture them from one stage to the next within the BANT profile. CHAMP is another one: challenges, authority, money, and prioritization. And that's a lead qualification process to determine how likely they are to actually buy from you, right? So we may move people from one lead scoring process into another lead scoring process. So we may have 2 or 3 workflows that we've pre-designed so that we could nurture and discover.
So you may end up with some categories, A, B, and C, or hot, warm, cold, cool, or something like that is based on some of those things you just said.
Yeah, I mean, lead scoring can be a rabbit hole of its own, but what's fun is you want to find the one that works for you. But you want to see, in a scale of 1 to 10, 1 to 5, whatever it is, right? That gets them more and more into points.
What about the people that are saying, "Hey, Joel, I just have a small business. I don't know about all this nerdy stuff, like the CRM and the nurturing and trying to categorize everybody and then giving them a score." How long does it take to set some of this up?
That's a great question, and I think the biggest thing I can't stress hard enough is that if you're a small business or a solopreneur, this is foundationally vital to your growth.
Tell me more.
You cannot have an extraordinary lifestyle working out of the back of your head and on Post-it notes. You've got to have something that is tracking all the money that you're spending generating leads and traffic, all the time that you're spending trying to move the needle. You've got to have this system in some form or fashion as a foundation.
So if I'm hearing you right, Joel, this is, I was a preacher for years, so I'm just going to use this word, okay? This is a matter of stewardship.
Good point.
You're stewarding your mental space, your mind space, your revenue, your potential revenue, your time, and just in general. How many times do we sit there and try to manually do something that we know needs to be recorded on some kind of spreadsheet or something like that, where it could actually be automated, categorized, and spit out for you every week, if not every day? Is that what I'm hearing?
Yeah, and if you're not, if you're a salesperson listening to this, and I've been in your car, I've had lots of windshield time. And how many times have you driven through a community and going, "Oh yeah, I need to get back to that guy," right? Because you went by their property for some reason or another, or you saw a truck go by, or something spawned a memory.
Or you're scrolling on social media and you're like, "Oh, I forgot to connect with that, follow up with that person."
Right.
Yeah.
Right. So one of the things we talk about in Giver Marketing is some of the different tools, and one is Trello, which is a classification Kanban board system, and you can utilize customized Kanban boards, and you can track leads and alter the stages of your leads that way, just to suit your business needs. So it doesn't have to be overly complicated, right? It can be a simple board structure. So start somewhere, right? But you want to start somewhere. Let's
Got
go.
it.
Gee, Joel, what do I tell them? Well, I can't make it any simpler than this, right? If you do a competition graphic, it will tell you what to tell people, right? Here's convenient, inconvenient, affordable, expensive. Where do you fall in this graph? Where does your competition fall? Why are they in one quadrant versus another? How do you compare to that, right? So now we're talking about solution-based marketing and providing value because we're leading people to see that it's convenient and it's affordable. Whatever solution you're providing to them, and I don't care what the price tag is, you're going to demonstrate a return on that investment. Otherwise, why would they do it, right? So we're going to demonstrate value to them, and we're going to make it easy and convenient for them to work with us. So this is a great content starter.
Where did you get this concept right here? This little quadrant concept.
This actually comes out of the structure of agile marketing.
Okay.
So if you were to take a deep dive into agile marketing and workflows and systems, you might see something like this.
Take a screenshot, ladies and gentlemen, or go back and watch this or pause this if you're watching the replay, because this right here is for certain minds. The simplicity of this is, even if you can't read all the lettering, you can read most of it. Just the main 4 words there, just that alone is worth kind of thinking about or drawing out or sketching out just right now as you're watching this. So I'm leaving it up on the screen just for a second, because if you can screenshot this, follow up with Joel, ask him about it, this alone will help your mind not get so inundated with, because we get, as business owners and nonprofit leaders, we get inundated with information too. It's not just the prospects, we do as well. So we got to figure out a way to kind of categorize this, especially with the amount that we're having come in. We got to organize it, man. We got to get it dialed in so we can use that information and those experiences well. So I love that. Thank you, Joel. This is a great visual. Not a good one, a great one. This is a really good visual. Thank you.
Betcha. So growth strategy. So using nurturing as a growth strategy for introducing products and new services. So you want to have some timing and feedback elements built into your nurturing process. So what you might introduce as a new service or a product, you would roll out to a high profile group. And that will help to establish your market position.
Okay.
Right. And then we're going to bring it out to a mass group. And the mass group is going to give us feedback. We can look at social media and get some of those comments, testimonials, those sort of things we've talked about. That's collecting, again, adding some more credibility to the product and the service. And then lastly, we're going to take all of that data and adjust so that we're reaching the market in the way they want to be reached. And I use this term when it comes to communications, when it comes to content. We have to talk to people in the way they want to be talked to. And we want to give them the language that they can hear.
Hey,
right?
say that again. That's really, 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 really good. Say that again.
Yeah. So we want to talk to them in the way they want to be reached and the way they want to be talked to. And maybe it's texting, maybe it's email, maybe it's on the telephone. Ask them, right? And the market will tell you. And then we would need to talk to them in the language that they can hear. So you may be using terms and phrases that are common in your industry, but are not common to the ear of the person hearing it. So we want to make sure, and that's what these great master classes are doing to the audience, around marketing, is we're translating a lot of these concepts and a lot of these idioms that you read about and turning it into something that you can hear and take home and make practical for use, so that you can grow, right? So if we can gather this feedback and adjust to the market Now we can use our nurturing to give us that data so we can grow exponentially.
What about for the business owner or nonprofit leader that says, I don't really need to adjust anything. I just need to keep doing what I've been doing for 10, 15, 20 years. My audience either comes to me, they like me or they don't. What about that comment?
Fantastic. Do what you always do, and you'll get what you always get. So if you're happy with what you're getting, to keep doing what you're doing, but don't expect to grow.
In
Just
fact, you'll probably end up do a slow decline and you won't even know it.
yeah, if you follow the 80-20 rule, 20% of your business will drop off every year. So if you're not adding at least 25% to your business every year, you're probably declining.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. That's real talk. All right. So you gotta have a system there that's built for you. It's not meant to be uber complex. It's just meant to put it together, maybe the major pieces once and then make minor tweaks along the way. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yeah, so going back to what the CRM data architecture looks like, right? We would just want to help the organization to virtually manage agile workflows. And we use the word agile because the human element needs to step in there and make modifications along the way so that it's delivering the best experience possible.
Got it. And if somebody wants to get a hold of you, Joel, and talk to you about like what CRM is the best, how much does some of the software cost? Some of the software you mentioned today doesn't cost anything. You just need to help guide them how to set it up. Correct?
Yeah, exactly. And they're all over the board. I mean, you can spend thousands of dollars a month.
Mm-hmm.
You can spend tens of dollars a month. You can have it for free, right? But what we need to know is what's going to work for your business so that you're evaluating your tech based on how you run your business and how you manage your work. So I could come to you with an incredible tech stack of applications that could bust the bank and give you a fire hose of information that you will never use because it doesn't apply to you, right? But it applies to such a large group that there's parts of it you could use. So what we really want to look at is how you do business, how your customers interact with you, what information is going to be important to them, and then put together a system and a workflow.
Kind of set it up the main pieces once and then just adjust a little bit along the way. I love that. I love that. It's great how you've been able to help so many people with this process. And ladies and gentlemen, take a screenshot of this or pause this, scan this QR code with your phone. If for no other reason, just to have some fun with your QR code reader, like just have some fun with it, right? Look up Joel Snyder on LinkedIn if you want. Freeideasession.com. Did I say that right, Joel?
Yeah, that'll get you 30 minutes with me to sit and really talk about some real solutions. It's not a sales pitch. It's designed to give you a little bit of coaching to start you on your journey. If we can help and supplement you in some way through the Giver Marketing Network, those are always options, and people there's tons of genius in there to fill in, and there's plenty of people that'll give you a few minutes of their time to help coach you and point you in the right direction. If you use the QR code, you'll go to my virtual business card that has all my links from LinkedIn to Facebook and everything else. So you can connect with me in any way that's helpful to you. And then, of course, you can jump on my calendar at freeideasession.com. It just goes right to my calendar. You can pick a time and just answer a couple of quick questions. So
I love that, Joel. You're a classy follow-up specialist. You're a classy nurturing specialist. And one question you and I had conversation about at one point, and I'll leave this screen up for like 10 seconds, ladies and gentlemen. This is your last chance to grab it. So then we're going to pull it down. But one of the questions we had early on was, how much is a new client worth to us? And if it's in the thousands, then maybe another way to phrase it is, how much would you pay a professional to go find you a new client today, what would how much of your budget, how much would you pay in dollars or euros or whatever it is? How much would you pay for that new client? And a lot of people are like, well, 10% of revenue or 20% of revenue or whatever it is. Well, what is that number? What's the average lifetime value of a client? Maybe take 10% of that minimum, put it to the side and say, I'm going to put this into my nurturing and my marketing and my nurturing systems, because if I get just one new client every X amount of time, depending on your volume, one new client every day or one new client every week or even one new client every month, how much revenue, what's the impact for you on that? And if nurturing systems, and they are a system, okay? Business is full of systems. This is a nurturing system. You set it up once and you make minor modifications. That's it. It's not as complicated as some of these people on YouTube make it, okay? Yeah, we're streaming to YouTube. We're a part of that big mix, but we're not the guru that says, oh, it's so complicated. You can never do this yourself. Hire me for $47,000 and I'll do it for you, and you don't even need to know how it's done. No. Take somebody that wants to walk with you like Joel and do it that way, because this system can be set up once and create, it's like a fishing net. It'll just keep catching fish. It'll just keep going. And it won't, the classy way you do this, Joel, is super impressive to me, because when you're approaching us, me personally, some of our team members, others, you're saying, look, we're not the spammy kind of follow-up systems. That's not what we do. We'll send a quick email reminder out here, or a quick social media thing here, or we'll follow up. We'll just get pinged when they comment on social media, or we'll stay in front of them in a different way. However they want us to stay in front of them. That's how we stay in front of them. Not what's easiest for us. It's what's easiest for them. That's what we're going to do. And so that other-centered approach to marketing, you're not forcing a square peg into a round hole. You're not trying to push somebody into a room. They're asking to come into the room, and you're just opening the door. And I love the fact that we can nurture in a classy way with Joel Snyder, ladies and gentlemen. So thank you, Joel, for today. We have some guests that want to come in and have a conversation. Are we ready for that, Joel?
Let's do it. Let's have some conversation. I love that part. And
all right, Laura, Ingrid, give me a thumbs up if you want to jump in the room and have some fun. Give me a thumbs up. Oh, okay. All right. Okay, we're going to have some fun. Okay.
Hey.
So this is the roundtable part of our masterclass, ladies and gentlemen. This is where we bring other marketing professionals in, put Joel a little bit on the hot seat, make him squirm a little bit, ask him some really fun and interesting questions. And we're all streaming live, so this is going to benefit thousands of people over time. And so we just want you to be able, and keep asking questions in the comments, ladies and gentlemen. If you're a lot of folks have been asking questions, making comments in the social feeds that you're seeing this on. And by the way, we're here same time on this channel, the one you're watching, every week like clockwork. I think we skipped one year. We skipped because it landed on Christmas. But every Tuesday, 8 a.m. Pacific, 11 a.m. Eastern, or do the time conversion if you want. But bottom line is, we're here on this channel that you're watching. People like Joel and Laura and Ingrid and Stacy Stockford and other people that talk about different aspects of marketing. So as we talk about nurturing and CRMs and follow up and these kind of buzzwords that tend to always come into our business and organizations. What questions do we have for Joel, or what stood out to you, Laura?
I've always loved Joel and his follow-up and his nurturing. I'm curious always about different techniques of follow-up. So is it good to stick with one or maybe two different ways of following up, or having different types of ways and getting creative with that in how you follow up with your potentials and your leads? What do you think is better?
So the best is the way that lead wants to be followed up with.
Mm-hmm.
So in the 3 real key indicators that is going to drive your decision-making process. Cost of acquisition, cost of conversion, lifetime value of a client. So cost of acquisition is going to be made up not only of dollars, but time and resources. Do you have to give something away to move people from one stage to the next? That would be part of your cost of acquisition, right? And then once they finally converted, how much acquisition costs led up to the conversion, so that we know, okay, every sale is going to cost me, call it $500. Every acquisition might cost me $200, right? But the lifetime value of that client might be several $1,000s, right? And so, and I had this wonderful conversation with a client last week, where we have this large marketing stack made up of several different layers, which includes email, direct mail, IP address, banner ads. You know, there's a whole system around nurturing from a predetermined list. So these people are getting hit in multiple different layers, right? So now we're reaching them in the way, we're finding them in the ways that they can find the can get the information. Cost of acquisition is what drives how much of that stack we dedicate in that early stage of nurturing.
So basically, it's either worth it or it's not.
Exactly, but
Like,
you won't.
there's a number there where there's a kind of a cutoff range where you're just like, it's just not worth it to pay this much for a new customer.
Right. And so in our case, we had 20 pieces of direct mail in the initial marketing stack, and we whittled it down to 3 stages and put 4 in each stage. Right. So we've cut some of that cost of acquiring that lead.
Love it. Good question, Laura. Nice. Thank you. Ingrid, do you have anything that stood out, or any questions around a particular language set or conversation point?
It was definitely all good. I liked how you came in the back door of systems through nurturing, something that was positive to, the entrepreneur, as opposed to that which is less appealing, say, of systems. I do have a question in regards to, do you have a tweak or an alternative for those who you do not want to exit your nurturing process, but to re-enter and to ascend to, say, a new offer or another stage?
So yeah, good question. I mean, I think the exit analysis is when that lead is burned, right? So they're just gone, right? And we just need to know why that happened, right? So when you're reviewing your exits, you're reviewing reason, sequence, elapsed time. Maybe they weren't served in a way that was timely for them, right? But that doesn't mean you can't have nurturing workflows and additional sequences. One of the things that we do is we have a client where we actually evolve them in 30-day increments. So they're in a workflow for 30 days. Then they go to the next sequence, which is a 60-day. They go to a 90, a 120, and then they exit. That exit is not a burn of that lead. It puts them into a new email sequence where all we're doing now is delivering industry information. So now we're always top of mind, because these people are going to always be prospects of some point and sometime. We don't want to burn them unless they actively unsubscribe.
So if I'm hearing you right, Joel, there's a way to evaluate or automate, and then evaluate then automate the sequence being maybe a little bit less frequent or less just more intelligent in how it's done. And ultimately, the only way they end up off of your radar is when they opt out, and they literally say, we're not going to be working together anytime soon. They're opting out. Mm-hmm. Just to follow up to Ingrid, because that was a great question. Do we ever go back to the opt-outs and do anything of like, hey, Are you interested in re-engaging this conversation like 6 months later? Or is that not even worth it? Like, what's your thoughts on that for most industries?
Well, I mean, we can even think about a large purchase like a home or an HVAC system or a landscaping job, right? Eventually, there's a limited life, right, to all of those things. And for years, people changed their residence about every 5 years. So we knew that in the real estate market, once they got to that 4 or 5 year mark, they were new prospects, right? Because now they may be thinking about changing their environment.
Good point.
Right. So just because they're in an exit stage doesn't necessarily mean that they're gone forever. We're just going to have to be smart about how we're going to communicate with them, because they're not going to be any closer to you than where they are right now until that life cycle burns.
And that works for products, that works for service-based industries, that works for many of us are coaches and consultants of some way, shape, or form. That works for all different business nonprofits. Big donors will donate a piece of real estate or something like that, and then maybe we circle back, even after they've opted out or kind of disappeared for a while. Maybe we circle back and say, hey, and re-engage in a classy way. Keyword classy. Keep it classy, San Diego. That's what I say when we talk with Joel. He's the class of the he's the class of the class, ladies and gentlemen. So I love that. Well, good questions, and we're coming against the clock. Joel, I'm going to bring up your contact information one more time. So this is literally your last chance, ladies and gentlemen, to grab his freeideasession.com. We're proud of our team members. We're proud of everybody who jumped in from the green room today to ask questions. You can always look them up online. Laura, if you want to put your first and last name, people can look you up as well, just to kind of connect with some good people. But Joel Snyder, ladies and gentlemen, Snyder. Look him up on LinkedIn. And more than that, freeideasession.com. That's worth hundreds of dollars, ladies and gentlemen. Joel has helped us on thousands and thousands of dollars worth of advice, and probably a lot more than he bargained for when we first started connecting. And he's just poured into the network and poured into clients and poured into prospects and projects. And gosh, we just love having Joel around, because he's always thinking about, I'll leave you with this, ladies and gentlemen. There's a pre-sale nurturing that Joel is super good at, but don't forget about the post-sale nurturing. There's a sandwich there, and Joel is really good at making sandwiches. Really good. So you definitely want to connect with our friend here and make sure that he's available. And if you make a comment and you tag Joel Snyder, he will get that ping. He will follow up with you. He will do his due diligence. So at least reach out to him and see what he has to say about one or two of your questions. He's just good to have someone on your team, honestly. Like just connect with him that way too. But anyway, any last comments, Joel? Are we good?
I think we've covered it all, and just keeping in mind that it doesn't have to be overwhelming. It can feel overwhelming in the beginning, but if you work the equation backwards, we can create simple steps. And that will help to remove the anxiety of how do I do this. So, and that's something I'm happy to talk you through. So let's have a conversation and let's find out what's going to help you scale your business.
God bless, ladies and gentlemen. See you this time, this channel next week.
Welcome to the show, Dr. Aprilla West. We would love to hear you share a bit of your incredible and diverse work that you do, as well as your background with our audience.
I came to psychology actually a little later in life. I've had a pretty diverse background. Started out in politics as a speechwriter and a press secretary, and then actually transitioned from policy work to music and ended up being a staff songwriter at Warner Chappell Music and an artist for a while. And then from there moved into doing some nonprofit advocacy work around campaigns like the Darfur genocide and also some civic reform issues, and got really interested in human psychology there, which led me into getting trained as a mediator. And then once I got into mediation, I was like, whoa, I want to go deeper with people. I really want to be able to understand, conceptualize, hold, and work with anything that comes into the room. And that's what led me into psychology.
There is a lot of skills going on there. And I just, for my own curiosity, I'm kind of wondering, how did you go from writing speeches in the political sphere to writing music?
Yeah, well, it's actually a more natural transition than it might sound like, because in both spaces, we're really figuring out how to evoke emotion in people, right? Whether it's activating people around a certain cause or policy direction, or whether it's really bringing them into the deepest experience of heartbreak or new love or some of the other peak experiences that we have in life. So for me, it didn't feel like a strange transition. The cultures are definitely different in politics and in the music industry, but it felt natural.
So it sounds like emotions played a big role in your career, and that naturally leads to emotional efficacy. And Johnny and I believe that emotional intelligence and communication are really key to building successful relationships, but also your career. So could you unpack for our audience what emotional efficacy is?
Absolutely. And by the way, I think you just said it really well. But emotion efficacy in its simplest form is just being able to do what matters most, even in the face of intense stress, challenge, or pain. Now, this is a lot more difficult than it sounds because, as I outlined in my most recent book, there's a glitch in our code. Our emotions tell us about everything from fake news to what really matters most to us. And so if we don't have the skillfulness to decode what kind of messages we're getting from our emotions, it's really hard to figure out how to choose wisely.
I'm kind of curious on this, on the emotional efficacy tip. For myself, I tend to find the music that most pushes my emotional buttons. And it changes from my mood or what's going on in my life, but the more emotional, the better. I mean, it just drives me in so many ways. When I listen to today's music, I find it devoid of any emotion, especially, I mean, it's not to say that there aren't artists who are doing that, but on pop radio, it's empty, at least to me. Did you find that in the same way, or were you working in an area that was writing quite emotionally stirring music?
I'm not sure that I struggled because in order to write music, you have to tap into something that is evocative for you. If you're bored, you're not going to write a good song.
Mm-hmm.
You really have to find a subject, a topic, a moment, a person who, brings out all the emotional stuff to take advantage of that, to put that into music.
Johnny's not being honest in his fandom of Taylor Swift. And there certainly are pop musicians who do know how to play those emotional buttons. Unfortunately, a lot of it is with technology and EDM and other forms of evoking those emotions. But, circling back on what you were saying earlier, it just feels today like our emotions are being evoked from so many different places, on screens, friends, family, work from home, uncertainty, the news, politics, everywhere we go, all of these emotions are at play. And it feels like many of our conversations are now emotionally charged. So it feels to me like emotional efficacy is more important than ever to be able to sort through like what really matters to you versus understanding, hey, this person is actually just playing with those emotions, or they're trying to evoke these emotions to get me to act in a way that isn't really in line with my values.
Yeah. And what you're bringing up is a great intro to this idea of the emotional default world, which really is where we are in this trance of reactivity, where we're moving from emotional reaction to emotional reaction, and we lack the spaciousness or the curiosity to really think about what is it that I'm experiencing? What is this other person experiencing? To step into more perspective around what's happening. And it's so easy because by design, our emotions want to suck us in. When you think about it, our emotions are responsible for us surviving. And so we are born into this world with an emotional reasoning bias. That means that we tend to believe everything we feel. Our emotions are by design super sexy, super seductive. And it's hard not to get into that emotional mode, that what I call the emotional default world. In order to unplug from that world, we need to increase our ability to be aware of what we're experiencing, to see ourselves as separate from the emotional messages that are always coming at us. We need to learn how to tolerate unwanted or uncomfortable emotions so that we can even see that we have a choice about what we do next, about whether we react or whether we design our next moment and how we show up.
It's fascinating to me, as I just spent some time traveling and didn't have good internet connection and was unplugged from a lot of these emotions that you feel online through work email and Slack, and then of course social media, TV, news, all of the like. And it created some space for me to actually tune a little bit more into my emotions. And I felt that was a magical opportunity. But many of us don't have that opportunity to travel. Let's be honest. In the Western world, we're working more than we're on vacation. And yet we find we wait until vacation to unplug, to clear through some of these emotions. So how do we do this in our day-to-day life, create that space and diffuse from those emotions that feel such a strong part of us?
I appreciate what you just said there, the last piece. It's an opportunity for me to clarify that we're not really trying to distance from emotions, and we can't do that. That's just a fool's errand for us humans. We can't get rid of our emotions. What we can do is become really skillful with what we do with them, how we interact with them. And you're right, like when we travel, we have more of that spaciousness to just kind of slow down and sit with what's going on for us. But we can do this in any moment. Even right now, as I'm sitting here with you guys, I could slow down just a little and drop in, and I can notice what's happening in my body. What are the thoughts I'm having about what you guys think of me or what I think of you? I can notice those thoughts. I can, notice an urge to, slow down or to speed up. I can label my feelings of curiosity and excitement and appreciation for the conversation. And that right there is me unplugging from the emotional default world, leveraging some awareness, leaning into some of the discomfort even that is here in this moment with us.
I think at this point, we should go ahead and define what emotional default world is for our audience, because it is incredibly important. And I always say that a lot of the work that we do here and with our clients is pattern recognition, and whether or not the patterns are pushing them forward or holding them back. And those patterns are based on these programmed emotional default modes. So please go ahead and explain that to our audience.
I'd love to. Twist my arm. I love talking about the emotional default world, and I actually developed a model to help people understand what's going on when we just have sort of automatic reactions. And what I designed is this model I call the 3 Bs. And the 3 Bs are your biology. That's what you're genetically programmed to do in response to certain stimuli. Your biases, which in this case include the emotional reasoning bias, that we believe everything we feel, the confirmation bias, that we look for evidence to support what we already think, and the negativity bias, which keeps us looking for any potential threats around us. That's the second B. And then the third B are our beliefs, and specifically our beliefs about emotions. All 3 of these Bs are shaping our behavior in any moment, and they're trying to help us index for safety, certainty, coherence, and comfort. And that is our default mode. That's what pretty much all of us are on some level doing. If we were able to tune into everyone's most inner world, we would sound a little bit like cave people going, ooga, ooga, me want safety, or ooga, ooga, me want certainty, right? That's kind of what's at the heart of most of our default reactions. Now, that's not always helpful in every context. So this is where we really can imagine an evolutionary upgrade to our emotional coding, right? Like I say in the book, there's a glitch in our decision-making code when we have on average 35,000 choices a day, and 98% of those are actually not authentic choices. Not that every choice has to be authentic, right? I don't want to decide whether or not I have to pee. I want to just know I have to pee and go pee. I don't want to do a lot of inquiry around it. That's nice and helpful. But there are times where it's not so obvious what choice is going to move me. Like, AJ, I think you were suggesting, or Johnny, maybe it was you, saying that, we want to move in the direction that matters to us.
So I think comfort, certainty, that resonates, but this cohesion piece, I think our audience might be a little lost on.
Do you mean coherence?
Coherence, sorry.
Yeah, we like things to make sense. It's uncomfortable when we can't make sense of things. So, our minds are really meaning-making, problem-solving machines. And again, for good reason. We have to solve problems. If there's a big bear standing in front of us, we have to figure out how to survive that. What's really difficult for us is we have a lot less physical threats now in the time we're living in. But what our mind has done is it's gone from identifying threats as sort of threats to our physical survival to threats to our social survival. So now we tend to read threats as like, what does someone else think about me and how do I think about myself? That's usually what's at stake when we think about, navigating threats on a daily basis now.
And in our experience, a big part of that is the bias to personalize a lot of the response that we see in others and then have the emotional reaction. So you have someone that you're trying to get to know and they don't respond, and immediately you personalize that lack of response to, I did something, they don't like me, they're not going to want a second date, etc., when maybe they got in a car accident, maybe it had literally nothing to do with you. And I even fall into this trap. So I had a really close friend and I had reached out to him a few times, hadn't heard from him. And then I come to find out he was in some major legal trouble and I didn't know. He was keeping it from all of us and he was very stressed about it. But I had personalized it. Oh, what did I do to him? Oh my God, why is he not responding to me? He normally is so responsive. So this personalization comes up again and again when we think about those social threats.
Absolutely. And that is a powerful threat, right? Where we internalize and we're taking responsibility for things, even in the absence of any evidence that it has anything to do with us. And that is, in the emotion efficacy model, one part of emotional stuff, which are thoughts, it's our thinking, it's how we're languaging our experience.
So let's talk about those different parts, because obviously thoughts jump out at us for sure, but what are these other parts of emotional efficacy?
So if I were to ask you guys right now in this moment, what are you feeling? You would probably be able to tell me, yes? Maybe at least one
I hope
feeling. So. Okay. If I then asked you to tell me why you know you're feeling that, what comes up?
Past experiences of labeling those emotions and feelings.
Okay, so you're comparing it to other times where you've had the same experience. But how do you know that you're experiencing the feeling you're experiencing right now?
I would most likely look to physical cues and
okay,
stories,
nice.
experiences.
Okay, so sensations in your body, that's definitely one part of it. Yep, and then you're also mentioning stories, which is thinking. So that's another part of stuff, yeah. What else?
What I'm compelled to do because of how I feel.
Yes, exactly, urges. Perfect. Yeah, and then AJ, you also mentioned labeling, the experience of being able to label your experience. So you guys, well done. You've basically outlined all 4 parts of emotional stuff. And stuff is an acronym that stands for sensations, thoughts, urges, and feelings. It makes it really easy to remember. And this is always happening for us. Even more basic is the answer to the question, what is emotion? In our culture, especially in English-speaking cultures, we tend to conflate feeling and the word feeling and emotion. Feeling is actually just an interpretation of your sensations and thoughts. Emotion literally means energy in motion. It comes from the Latin word emotere. And all of this stuff is energy in motion. All of your sensations, your thoughts, your urges and feelings is energy in motion. That's the basic model for emotion efficacy training. And it's sort of the jumping off point for people to become more aware of like, when I say I'm feeling something, what's actually going on?
Right. I notice in that, for many of the clients we work, they're with men. So they tend to shy away from or try their best to distance themselves from expressing those emotions to others. And there's a bit of an internal struggle there of not wanting to showcase too much emotion. And then it leads to a lack in expressing that emotion and vulnerability and certainly harms their relationships. So are there differences to the experience of those emotions for men and women? Is that something that you've seen in your work?
I do see it a lot. And this actually fits into the 3 Bs we were talking about. What are those default shaping forces in our lives? Because part of our beliefs about emotions have to do with what we've learned, not only just in terms of our own levels of comfort with emotion, but our family of origins, beliefs about emotions. And then also what our culture tells us is okay or acceptable for people who identify as male or female to express or even feel. And so I do think that there's a lot of rules that have been made up about what's okay to experience, especially for men, as you're saying.
Why is emotional efficacy so important?
Well, if you care about how your life unfolds, then you want a powerful relationship with your emotions. Because even in moments where we're not aware of it, our emotions are our primary motivational force. So I've been watching with great curiosity the rise of interest in Stoicism over the past 5 years. And it's really interesting to me / amusing because why is Stoicism so popular? It's popular because it feels good. It's an emotional experience to feel like your emotions aren't controlling you. At its core, it is still an emotionally driven interest or desire to, be able to observe your emotions without being controlled by them. So even people who are identifying as being more rational or stoic are really just embracing a pleasurable emotional experience. Emotions are just at the heart of all the choices we make and the actions we take, making it so fundamental to quality of life and thriving.
I think it becomes quite apparent as well if we're faced with 35,000 choices a day and 98% of them are in default mode. Well, there's a lot going on there that is probably covering up issues that would be getting us to where we need to go if we could focus in on default mode or patterns that are keeping us in that same place.
Exactly. The source of most psychological suffering that we're finding now in the research is going beyond symptoms and really looking at what causes psychological suffering, is the inability to tolerate and allow uncomfortable emotional experiences. And this leads to all kinds of suffering. I mean, we see this in people who struggle with drug and alcohol abuse or addiction. We see it in relationship patterns that are unhelpful. Anytime we're moving away from something that we don't want to experience, it's possible we're also blocking ourselves from connecting to what really matters.
And those emotions actually connect all of us because they're universal. So a lot of what we're seeing in society is categorizing and labeling and making emotions good and bad and things to avoid and things you want to pursue and chase. But all of those emotions are universally expressed across all cultures, across all humanity. And we've found in a lot of the work that we've done with our students is there's also a lack in emotional vocabulary. So with this labeling goes good, bad, I feel okay, and you don't have quite the range of expression of emotions when you start labeling things as good and bad and things to avoid and things to share and not to share. So what have you found in your work around labeling and how does that impact our emotional efficacy?
Well, if we can't describe or language our experience, it's almost like being a baby who can kind of like look around and notice their surroundings and has sort of this maybe ambiguous sense of what they're experiencing, but can't make any meaning out of it. What human doesn't love coherence and certainty? So just being able to put labels on what you're experiencing is very regulating for humans. So that's one of the benefits of it. The other benefit, which you're, alluding to, AJ, is that we all experience all the feelings. And being able to share what we're experiencing is how we get close to each other. It's impossible to experience real intimacy without having a certain level of fluency around your experience. So I think that makes it super important. I also just want to say I love what you're talking about in terms of needing all the emotions. I think I recently posted on my Instagram that some negativity is essential for thriving. But we need to know what doesn't work for us. And the way we know that is through our emotion messages and being able to read those clearly. Positive vibes only is not a recipe for thriving in life. If you're only experiencing positive vibes, then you're not really in life. You're not taking risks. You're not loving hard enough to be disappointed when there's a disconnection or rupture in that love. We really have to experience a full range of emotions to thrive in life. And so I've been pretty concerned about a lot of the cultural messages that are encouraging people to try and only focus or only even have positive thoughts. It's not even possible.
Feels like the through line between stoicism and hedonism of this desire for certainty around emotion. And it's easier to chase the positive emotion with hedonism, just go towards the positive vibes, YOLO. And then with stoicism, to have this certainty that you can control and manage emotions and use them to your advantage when you see fit.
Yeah, and both of those are a setup from my perspective. We will never be able to only experience positive vibes, and we cannot control our emotions. We only can control how we engage with them, how we relate to them, and how we respond to them. So it's more like a keto than it is a black and white, skill.
I also feel that a lot of times because of these cultural forces to hide or not show the full range of emotion because, hey, you don't want to let people down. You don't want them to see you in the negative. And obviously the highlight reel that social media creates, we're lacking this ability then to recognize in others when they might be feeling what we label as negative emotions, and also to feel them in ourselves because we don't feel comfortable expressing those negatively labeled emotions. And that is not healthy.
Right. It's not healthy. It's not helpful. There's also a belief that we perpetuate there that negative emotions are somehow undesirable or ugly. And I feel sad a lot of times that people don't have the experience of joining in someone's sadness and really celebrating that we have the ability to celebrate/mourn together. We're losing a lot of rituals around the experiences that are less positive in our culture as a result of that. And that also means a life that has less meaning for people.
Well, thinking about Johnny's music selection, sadness is often a driving force of some of the doom metal that he listens to. And it is a very powerful form of music, is sadness. And it's funny that pop culture now has labeled this as a negative emotion to run from or avoid.
Well, it's funny you bring that up, AJ. There's another thing that I had connected it to. And there's a certain scene for what is called doom metal. And it's just very slow. It's very sad and it's incredibly emotional. And when I hear it, I get lifted up. I revel in it. I get stronger. Somebody who's not used to it hears it, they're getting mowed over. And I remember the first time I played some stuff for AJ and he's like, whoa, I don't even know what's going on right now. And one of the things that I had connected it to why it feels so good, I've also lived in the Southeast and played within the alt country scene as well. And really sad country songs to the untrained ear it puts people in a place where they're squirming and they're trying to get out of it. But folks who understand those sad country songs are being lifted up by the same music. I really enjoy how people are experiencing that. And I also know that they could easily fall into the joy that I'm getting out of it as well. But their first guttural, visceral instinct of hearing that is they're uncomfortable with the overwhelming emotions that it throws onto them.
Well, I mean, so they're being true to their wiring, right? Which is to index for comfort, certainty, coherence. I will say, I remember when I first started writing songs, and for me, country music was the least interesting. And then as I began to appreciate it more as a craft and, the stylizing and things like that, I got more interested in writing it. But in the beginning, I did feel like it was pulling me into something that felt a little too obvious or too simple to hold my interest. I think it's very contextual for people. That's why we like different kinds of music, right? And different things like, yeah, blow our skirts up.
And certainly different time periods. I remember growing up, my emo phase, and listening to that music now evokes fond memories, but I don't necessarily want to be in that emotional state all the time, like my teenage years.
Mm-hmm.
So are there any clear signs or indicators that we might not have high emotional efficacy and it might be hindering our success, our wellness, our health?
That's such a great question because I think, first of all, yes, there are signs. And secondly, I don't think that people even know to ask themselves that question. What
that's
else
why I
is
ask.
possible for me? Yeah.
I feel many of us overestimate our emotional efficacy. It's one of those things where it's like, yeah, I have that. And we hear this too. I'm highly emotionally intelligent. I can recognize emotions in others. And then through some communication with them, you go, well, I'm not necessarily clear that you actually do have the level that you believe that you have. So it sounds like a buzzword that everyone would want to over-index on, but how do we know maybe this is an area for development?
Yeah, so a lot of my coaching clients tend to be really high functioning tech innovators or creatives, and they fall exactly into this category where they just don't realize what they're missing that they could create in their lives, right? The opportunity cost that being plugged into the emotional default world creates can be really big because you're not thinking about what is possible. You're thinking about navigating just from one moment to the next based on what feels usually most familiar and is the path of least resistance for most people. So one of the inquiries you can do is to ask yourself a question. If I had no fear, what would I be doing differently in my life? And if you come up with anything other than what you're doing right now, you probably have some room to grow with your emotional efficacy. Most people I know would be able to come up with things. Even for myself, I did this with myself last week, and I came up with 3 things I would be doing differently right now in my life. And so, I see my own ability to grow there and in facing some of what feel like insurmountable challenges or stress, that once I commit and I see why I might want to move in that direction, I then see the opportunity in front of me. And this is the kind of thing you would just miss going along in life, maybe being, reasonably content even. But it does allow you to stretch for what's possible. It's not just for people who struggle with chronic emotion over control or under control. It's also just for people who want to tap all of what's possible for them.
Well, there's certainly that aspect of aspiration and goal setting. And if you're setting proper goals, those goals should be outside of your comfort zone. If they weren't, you should have reached them already. But if they're real goals, you're going to have to step outside of your comfort zone and you're going to have to work. And what comes from that is an overwhelming of emotions that you're going to have to stir through, of frustration, anger, to being elated and joyful that you've reached those goals. So we have everyone who comes through our programs, that we have a program called Unstoppable, which basically sets everybody up for the journey that they're going to take. And it sets up with basically allowing our clients to learn their own triggers and mechanisms to their psychology, so that when they understand that they're in a heightened emotional state, they are turning towards challenge rather than turning away, again, to understand their default mode and where it has failed them in the past, the decisions that they made or what they default on. And now we're going to begin to install new habits that allow you to face towards that comfort zone of breaking that and being out there. You're going to be battered with emotions. And one of the words that I heard you use was emotional surfing, that I love, right? Of riding that wave, reveling in it, enjoying it, learning about it so that you can manage it.
Exactly. And this is why I think goals can be so problematic. They're very abstract, right? To reach a goal, they're also something you can check on or off your list. But as human beings, we are more than human doings. When people use goals to guide their lives, I find that they come in a lot more frequently with burnout and overwhelm. It's really for me what helps with motivation and leaning into discomfort and doing what matters is being really clear about your values, because values, you can derive goals from values, but also values are what give you the secret sauce. Values give you the willingness to do hard things. There is no way I would do my physical therapy 3 times a week were it not for being willing to do these boring exercises that only serve to remind me where I'm not, that I'm not where I want to be physically yet. If I weren't connected to my value around strength and health and all the things that will come from that for me.
Again, for our clients to discover those values is incredibly important. And that's part of that program. I know how much that idea changed my life completely and just how I attacked the day. I went from dreading going to sleep because I knew I'd have to wake up and do a bunch of things that I didn't want to have to do and bitching and moan about it, to I couldn't wait to go to sleep because now everything I'm doing is tied to the values that enhance life for me.
Even if you don't like some of the activities around them, right? It's connected to what matters for you. Exactly.
For a lot of our clients, the other challenge with goals and what I call box checking is the influence that others have on those goals. Marriage, kids, buying a home, safe career choice. I mean, a lot of these things are passed down through our families and culturally as the safe, comfortable route to success. And then many of our clients find us having reached those goals, checked those boxes, and still feeling an emptiness, feeling a lack of connection with others, and a wondering and a regret around, did I make the right decision living my life based on these goals?
Yeah, exactly. And so you're referencing the third skill of emotion efficacy training, which is values-based action. And in that part of the training, we're looking at what part of what you organize your life around are shoulds, things that you've learned or internalized you should do. What part of this are just values that your family or your culture has? What part of this could be old values, things you don't care about anymore? And then what's left that you really do care about? What are your innermost interests, desires, and yearnings at this point in your life? And that right there is, for a lot of people, a huge inquiry that doesn't happen in one session. It's a constant inquiry because our values change over our lives, and they change from context to context. So it really is this active inquiry that if you're going to practice high emotional efficacy, you can always be asking yourself, even right now, right here in this moment with you on this podcast, what matters most? Is it me continuing to talk? Is it me making space for you guys to bring me as your guest into the context of, your show and your programs and your audience? So it allows for so much more flexibility, intentionality, and creativity in life.
That word flexibility, psychological flexibility, a big part of acceptance commitment therapy and what we do with our clients is just so important, because a lot of this regret, self-doubt, inner criticism comes from that lack of flexibility and the rigidity that comes with these goals and checking boxes and timelines, that life just doesn't always work out that way as much as we try, as much as we force it to.
That's another nice way of talking about the default world. Is it's essentially like a set of rules that govern our behavior instead of being freely chosen and authentic. It does not lead to vitality and meaning.
So can we walk through these 5 steps to increase our emotional efficacy? I think we did a great job of really convincing our audience that it is important.
There's really, 5 steps to emotion efficacy. The first is just becoming aware of your emotional experience, which I kind of walked you guys through earlier in this podcast. just becoming aware of emotional stuff, sensations, thoughts, urges, and feelings. And right there, just by even being able to drop in and notice that, you're already unplugging from the emotional matrix because you're disrupting any reaction that's happening. Then the next step is what we just briefly mentioned, which is emotion surfing. And emotion surfing adds to emotion awareness, hanging out with the uncomfortable emotion without acting on the urge. So that's why we call it surfing. It's almost like being on the wave without being overtaken by it. The third step to increasing emotion efficacy is being really clear on what matters to you in any moment or context, and then being able to design actions that are aligned with what matters, with your values. And then the fourth step to emotion efficacy is when you try to surf an emotion wave, but it's a huge tsunami and you find yourself pulled under, maybe even choking up gobs of salt water. Sometimes we do need skills, which we call mindful coping, to dial down the intensity of emotion or regulate your emotions, not for the purpose of getting rid of emotional distress or pain, but just so that we can get clear again about what matters and how we want to show up in that moment. In the training, that all the skills are practiced in activated state, because to borrow a quote from Morpheus, it's one thing to know the path, it's another thing to walk it. So we do, everything is experiential, the practice is experiential. It's really easy to know what you think you should do when you're in a moment of choice, when you're stressed or triggered. It's a whole other thing to actually have access to doing something different.
Identifying, labeling, and becoming more aware of these emotions certainly gives you more control that you've had in the past. And AJ brought this up earlier, that everything is now triggering, from the music that we're listening to, the messaging that we're seeing. You go on Twitter and it is built specifically to rile you up. And it's coming from everywhere now, because now everyone has the tools to be a marketer and be effective with this stuff. And one of the things that I tell people, I'm like, if you're online and you feel yourself in a heightened emotional state, ask yourself 3 questions to work through it before you just lose yourself in how mad you are, which is, what's the message? Who is this message for? What do they want you to feel? And what do they want you to do? If you answer those 3 questions, you can see it for the marketing and advertising that it is, and it kind of gives you some detachment from it. And then you can see like, oh, well, this is for this group to feel this and to do this. Answering those questions is enough to allow you to calm down a bit and see it for what it is.
That is a nice slowing down. And I would just add one last step to that, which is, how do I want to show up in the face of this marketing? You know, maybe it's even marketed to you. Maybe it says something that's really offensive to you, or something that feels very threatening. And maybe you can or can't see their agenda. But ultimately, what you do next is about your ability to design your actions, how you want to show up.
And with this high emotional efficacy, what does it actually look like on the other side, having developed it, for those who do have it?
That is such a good question. I'm going to give you a couple of really different examples. It can look like someone choosing not to take their life because they know that what they feel is not all there is, that feelings can come and go and can change, and that what they're feeling in this moment might not be what they're feeling in an hour or 2 hours or a day from now. It can look like someone learning how to listen in conversation with their partner, where they may think they already know what the other person's going to say, but they decide and get clear that what matters most is being open and respectful and showing the person that they do care what their experience is, even if they think they already know it. And it can look like a CEO in the middle of making a deal to sell their company. Instead of choosing to react by being offended at the first number that's put on the table, being able to stay curious and open, noticing their feelings while staying focused on what matters most to them, which is making the deal happen.
All of those are in the face of a level of uncertainty, right? Each one of those examples is working through that uncertainty.
threat and uncertainty, and often incoherence. Like, I'm not really sure what's going on here, maybe.
Right.
Yeah.
What strikes me in all of this, and Johnny and I have talked about this, is this loneliness epidemic that we're facing. So even as the COVID numbers come back and the amount of people who passed, took their life, and the amount of loneliness we all collectively felt being disconnected from the social fabric, it seems to me that emotional efficacy is one of those key areas of focus to create these relationships, to bring the level of vulnerability that adds depth, that protects from the loneliness that might lead you to those suicidal thoughts, that might lead you from feeling disconnected and in pain and suffering. And yet this isn't taught in schools. This isn't widely available, which is so frustrating to me and Johnny. And many of our students who come to work with us, they want simple tricks and solutions and strategies. And they also see, and they're confronted with, we've talked about not only triggering marketing messaging, but also this false ideal that emotions are something that you need to be able to control on a whim. You need to be zen in the face of that wave, and you can never let that wave of emotions overwhelm you to the point that you need coping mechanisms. And all of that seems to just be working against this healthy state that we need as humans.
No, that's a dangerous belief in my professional opinion, because again, we can't control or even stop what we experience emotionally. What we can do is get really good at how we respond to it. And, to your point about loneliness, my hope is that people like you and me, who have some kind of public platform or ability to model, will model vulnerability, that we will share, when we are lonely, because the more that we normalize that as a healthy, acceptable experience, the more people will feel comfortable calling someone up and saying, having these thoughts that are really scary, I need support, or I just need to share them, or I need to feel like someone cares about me today.
And that's one of the keys, is just being able to actually share those thoughts, right? It's very easy to feel trapped by those thoughts when you just keep them inside internally. And sometimes the simplest share could be a journaling practice of just actually writing out what you're thinking and feeling in the face of those emotions, or that tsunami of emotion that's knocked you off that surfboard.
Even if you have one or two people that you can be that vulnerable with, that's successful relationship. You have deep relationships. In fact, there's a lot of people that don't have one or two people. And then the opposite side of that are the people who just floodlight mass audiences on social media, which is like, well, you're being vulnerable, but are you really? Because I think that vulnerability is sharing space in those emotions with somebody else. When you're just floodlighting your platform and an audience, you're not sharing in that with them. You're not there with them. They may be feeling it for you, but you guys aren't sharing that together.
It's harder to have that kind of quality sharing and connection on those big platforms. I have seen some people successfully share on bigger platforms, and I think it's made a difference for some people. But in general, what we're talking about is really getting that sense of like, someone's a witness to my life, I matter on the most basic level. And that usually happens in much more intimate kind of settings.
Absolutely agree there. I think the other piece to this equation on the emotion front that I know we have shared a lot on the show is understanding that even in this state, you might be labeling and feeling negative emotions. Opening yourself up to new experiences, new opportunities is a big part of the work that we do, so that you're not just in this constant environment that might be the triggering environment. And it's very easy right now with devices and social media and the messaging that we're seeing to feel trapped in this environment, in this emotional state, and to not have the ability to maybe step outside. So for me, on a weekly basis, I've shared this with our audience, I have a men's group, and a lot of what we do is body check-in, talk about the sensations in our body and the emotions that we're feeling, and we create space to hear from others. And then I also have a daily gratitude practice to try to ground myself in some things that I am grateful for in the face of whatever negative emotions I may be feeling. Do you have any daily practices that you recommend or things that we can do and our audience can use to start to work on these tools?
Sure. Yeah. I mean, my favorite one is a really brief just inquiry, which is in any moment, just check in with yourself and ask yourself, is what I'm doing right now in this situation what matters most to me? It's just, I call it an intentionality check. And it's something that pretty much anyone can figure out without a lot of training. I love your gratitude practice because what that does is it helps offset our negativity bias, right? And it's really easy in this culture of increased emotion activation or reactivity that we're living in right now to be more attentive to all the threats in our environment. So it's really helpful. I do this too at the beginning of my day. I always write down at least 3 things that I'm either thankful for or that I appreciate in my life, because it helps me also maintain a balance between attending to things that feel scary that I don't necessarily want to be overwhelmed by, and then also things that I really do want to open to and enjoy and appreciate that I might otherwise miss.
Love to hear the answer to our favorite question of every guest. What is your X factor? What makes you unique and extraordinary?
Ooh, wow. I was so not prepared for this, which I love, actually. I'm just noticing in my body a little bit of fluttering in my stomach, a little bit of tensing up, some thoughts like, what's the right response? And then like intentionally going a little deeper and asking myself, what is an authentic response to this? So I think that my X factor is how much I freaking love helping people stretch for what's possible. Like, I can hang out there all day. I never get bored. I find it energizing. I truly love it. It is a very generous contribution and it's incredibly selfish for me because of how much I enjoy it. So I think that's what I would say.
I love that. Thank you so much for joining us. Where can our audience find out more about your latest book and all the great work you do with your coaching?
Yeah, thank you for asking. So the most recent book, What You Feel Is Not All There Is a self-help book. It's available on Amazon and across the interwebs. And if you want to find me, I am on IG at Dr. Aprilia West. That's APRILIAWEST. And then I also have a website where I have a lot of professional offerings. I also have a quiz if you want to take a quiz and find out what your EEQ is, your emotion efficacy quotient. And that is at www.draprilliawest.com.
Awesome. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me. You guys are fun.
For folks who don't know, this is Ryan Macklin. He is an engineer turned game designer turned tech writer, and he focuses on empathetic communication. Also empathic communication. He does some cool things with board games. And he does work at Google. And for those of you who did not see the picture earlier, he is a very giant kitty who is nicknamed the Blessed Orb. So I'm going to let them take it away and do their presentation. And we can have questions afterwards and continue introductions.
So, I mean, we're all here as doc writers, and presumably you want your writing to impact people, right? You want to help someone with a vexing problem, or empower them with key knowledge, or win them over somehow, get them back to what they want to do, and you certainly don't want to make their day worse. And to do that well, you've got to understand people. And this should be easy since we're all people. I mean, maybe I won't speak for y'all, but like I'm a people. But this isn't. I mean, we already know this isn't. But like, it is one of the big struggles of tech writing. Folks come to your material while they're panicking, while they're wishing they were anywhere else, while they're angry, wanting to turn anything to a fight, and all sorts of other emotions that makes our job not straightforward. So how do we handle writing for people? So as Rose said, I'm Ryan Macklin. I'm a text and UX writer at Google. I'm in the Ann Arbor, Michigan area. I have an aforementioned cat, with the Instagram will be at the end of the slides, I promise. I have many tattoos and also anxiety, depression, and PTSD. I got a little trifecta there. But that trifecta drove me to take empathetic written communication as a personal career focus. And today, my talk is about distilling a framework I've worked on for years into roughly 25 minutes. So, kind of get on with it. My thesis boils down to that empathetic communication means meeting your readers where they are. And they come to your work in all sorts of different emotional states. And there are dozens and dozens of these nuanced states, so I've simplified them down to these 5, what I'm right now calling personas, but I'm actually workshopping a different name right now. It's sort of like what you might see in like a brand new UX study, but it's not about what the users are doing, but what they're experiencing internally. As you can probably see now, I had a lot of fun making them. This is Avery, our anxious armadillo, Blake, our bored bear, Cam, our curious cat, Finley, our frustrated ferret, and Pat, our proud peacock. But it's kind of silly to introduce them because you've actually already met them. You've already written for them. You've already been them. You just maybe haven't thought deeply about them because they're so baked into the experience. So let's really get to know our friends here and see how we can help them out. So we'll start with Avery because I leave them sitting in the waiting room, like they're just going to get more and more anxious. And Avery's already pretty anxious, so which we'll dive into why. But first, what does Avery's mental state mean for us as writers? Well, it's that Avery doesn't feel safe. Someone coming to our work in this sort of distress state is going to be hyper vigilant. They don't feel safe right now. They're reading our instructions or our email or our UI or whatever. And their brain's being chewed on by their anxiety. Their attention is pulled to perceived dangers, which means that they're either not paying full attention to us or they're paying the wrong kind of attention to us, where they'll fixate on something on the screen we don't expect them to. And that gets their anxiety spiraling out. Before I go further into Avery, I really want to call this out. Be really firm about this throughout the entire talk and in life in general. There's absolutely nothing wrong with Avery. There's nothing wrong with Avery having anxiety. That emotional space is valid, and it comes from somewhere legit. Maybe it comes from our app or service or documentation or something like that. Or maybe it comes from something that has nothing to do with us. But either way, it's legit, and there's nothing wrong with Avery. There's nothing wrong with this state. We're not trying to fix a person here. So Avery being everywhere, imagine someone who's on edge because they're expecting an important call. Or someone who is going about their day, all chill, before hearing a sudden car honk close by. I mean, you've probably all been in the situation where suddenly your heart rate is elevated, right? In that situation, you've got a little Avery surfacing. Same as if someone is apprehensive about making an embarrassing or detrimental mistake in our app or service, or like sending a mass email with broken links, or deleting critical data. And I am calling myself out there in both of those cases. And this is something you'll see in all these personas, this concept that it doesn't really make a significant difference whether the emotional state is because of our app or service, or if it's because of something totally unrelated to us. Because they're still users in natural states of mind, and they're still trying to get something out of the material. There's some slight elements to it that are there, but really, I approach this problem from a emotion first, reason second philosophy. So how do we care for our Averys? So one thing, definitely make no mistake, what we do as documentation writers, as sort of any role like this, is a form of care work. Helping people in distress is a form of care work. And in this case, 2 of the techniques I keep in mind for Avery are keeping to a sense of tone intentionality and making sure there are clear paths out. And tone intentionality is about watching the language you use to avoid reinforcing emotions that spiral, like anxiety definitely spirals. For instance, I avoid the word hopefully in instruction text. So that give a sense of maybe this will, maybe this won't. I want to encourage that in the mind of an Avery. And I make sure that any uses of caution or warnings are actually worth the elevated heart rate that they could trigger in an Avery. And the other technique involves making sure there's a clear escalation path, a path to some sort of support material, someone to contact, etc., in case the anxiety builds to a point where it feels impossible to process the information, where they can't really process the information by themselves, and they need or feel they need, which is effectively the same thing, that they need to get somebody else involved, or they get information that's framed in a different way that might help them break through sort of the anxiety barrier that's in their head. And I mean, these are just like 2 techniques. I'm going to share a couple techniques in each of these slides. I'm sure you have plenty of other techniques in mind, and I'm actually trying to catalog a lot of these for a much bigger project. And you can probably maybe guess that Avery could be an entire 25-minute talk alone. Because the effect of anxiety on cognitive processing is not a thing like, oh yeah, it happens, and you sort of move on. Although that is literally what I have to do in this talk to get through it. But yeah, like I said, so I'll stop here, and you'll kind of see as I go through this that the other techniques I mentioned will refer back to Avery, and some of these other techniques can be used in some of our other personas. So. Let's go ahead and move on to Blake then. This is me cosplaying as Blake by being very tired and low. And this is the sort of person that we're going to be engaging in now, which is our board bearer, Blake. And we're going to go on by being a little bit meta first, because there could be some Blakes right now listening to this talk. As I sort of overly hinted at just a moment ago, some Blakes are tired either physically or mentally, so they're not an engageable friend of mine. You can kind of cue your before I've had my coffee joke, right? And some are dealing with depression or dissociation or situational sadness, which are very hard psychological states that are so consuming. And some may just be disinterested in this topic. I don't know why they're here. Maybe because a coworker or manager told them they should watch this, and but they're not necessarily engaged yet. These are all ways in which a person can manifest their Blakeness. Now, some of the Blakes out there, they weren't Blakes to start with, but they turned to Blakes because the content isn't what they expected, or the delivery isn't connecting with them. And again, both of those are absolutely legit. And there are plenty of other reasons, but hopefully this is sort of enough to broaden your sense of empathy when it comes to this sort of disengagement. Because if there's one thing that I sort of cringe at, it's when people say boredom just means you're not interesting or you're not creative or whatever. It's no, it is a legit state of mind, and it deserves as much empathy as anything else. And just like there could be Blakes, right here in this talk, there are Blakes in your system generating emails, your support articles, your policy documents, etc. And so the way I care for Blakes when I write is I try to show why my material is worth them spending their precious mental energy focusing on and digesting it, which also helps those who come here accidentally from wasting their time and energy on this material, because they get to say, oh, this is actually not for me. And 2 techniques for that are just information highlighting and bubbling actionable material to the top. And information highlighting is a grab bag of concepts. These are all things that many of us are doing. Having clear and precise titles. I used to hate TLDRs, and I've learned to embrace them over the last couple of years. Strategically folded passages, things like that, whatever really catches the eye and says, here's why, here's what's going on, here's the reason to devote attention to this. This one's called the value proposition, and it makes this obvious and relatable. That gives many a reason to invest mental energy, which maybe means they sit up, or get some coffee, or take a walk, or whatever helps them sort of shake off that bored and tired feeling. And our second Blake-friendly technique is about cutting sort of unnecessary content and bubbling up what's important to the top. Whatever makes up the material, put in front of others, takes brain energy to process. And if you've ever had a point where you struggle to focus on something, you can just feel that sense of where just like your brain just starts to drip down as you're like going from one paragraph to the next to the next. So cut out what's unnecessary and move what's necessary to the top. To me, there's this classic documentation book of starting with historical information that's maybe interesting, but definitely unnecessary. I've seen this often, and I used to do it when I was a software developer. Again, you bubble that actionable material to the top. If you absolutely need to keep that unnecessary material, and I always love stressing it's unnecessary when talking with engineers and project managers and stuff who are really passionate about the historical material, because they're really passionate about the project and want to share things that are passionate to them with users. Move it to the bottom or make it a separate page you link to. Whatever you do, make it so that you reduce the effort that Blake needs to expend to get to the part they need. I could also go on for a long time about Blake. I have a rant about how screenshots are often a detriment, but Blake needs to zone out now. And again, I need to finish this talk. So now we get to talk with Cam. This is where people's attention comes back because I've just put a kitten on the screen. So Cam's a bit more specific than the two we've seen so far. After talking with Blake, you would think we'd be excited to have some Cam, since being curious is the opposite of checked out. But there are some detrimental sides to curiosity, and that's why there's a Cam in this talk. When we're curious, our minds are primed for questions. When there's a question stuck in our heads, we're hungry for the answers. And it's part of our human nature. Again, I'm making an assumption here about our humanity to look for those answers. And it's human nature to cough in the middle of a presentation. So if you've ever had some random bit of trivia trip you up, like what's the next line of that song? And you couldn't keep from, pulling out your phone to look it up, you were compelled to close the loop in your head, created by that question popping in. It wasn't important to you to know the answer to this, but it was just nagging that nagging you wanted to be rid of. I stumbled upon this concept years ago while reading David Allen's classic productivity book, Getting Things Done. He talks about how the mind can only hold on to like so many unresolved loops before it's essentially at a bandwidth. Questions of the mind operate in that same space. It's part of how clickbait headlines work. They pose a targeted question in your mind to get you to click on the link to close the very loop it created. And that's important because while the reader interest is desirable, unregulated curiosity presents hurdles for us. And those cams, they're kittens pawing at any random laser pointer. And every link on your page in your email or something like that is something that a cam will paw at. And instead of focusing on the body material, they'll see something like this. And this is something I see a lot in automated email notices. Like, hello, due to our blah, blah policy, which is a link to some doc, you should take some action. Let's say the actionable part now. And in a reader whose curiosity is regulated or not engaged in the first place, that's not an issue. But for unregulated cams, that's an interesting link. Maybe clicking on the link and reading it briefly satisfies their curiosity, but it's as likely they find something new on that page to be curious about. Some of the laser pointer from the side or related topic section, and so on. And they're on a different journey already before you've cemented in your original communication that they need to take some action. The mental loop that you wanted to create in them was cut short. So from that, we'll go ahead and let Cam go chasing something. So bye, Cam. Now we need to be careful because we've left Finley, our frustrated ferret, on hold for a while, and they are not having it. Any of you who have ever worked in support like I have can probably already empathize with getting a customer who's been really frustrated and has been on hold for a while and is very happy to know that to start with. Like these people, they're frustrated before they get in our queue. All of that time that they've been waiting sort of adds up to that micro frustration on top. And that frustration is a communication fog, which is not unlike anxiety. The thicker the fog, the harder it is for a support agent to break through it. So as writers, we want to diffuse the Finleys we're writing for. And when we can't do that, we want to at least not compound the situation with like adding micro frustration elements. Because that's just going to make that frustration fog harder for someone else's job. And Finley and Avery are cousins in a sense. And just like how Avery could be anxious because of our product or from something external, Finley could be frustrated again from our product or something external. Getting cut off in traffic, or getting into a fight on Twitter, or finding out they didn't get the promotion they fought for. Then they try to log into our account, it doesn't work. What might have been an annoyance in the moment now is like a full-blown meltdown. And to their credit, some Finleys do try to regulate themselves, recognizing that lashing out doesn't help. But they and we, when we're dealing with them, are still playing at a higher difficulty level in getting them help because they're in that combative brain space. And that combative brain space means that Finleys are looking for a win. What if our docs can't help a Finley? Can we still try to give them a win before they contact support? I think we can. And this is where my first technique comes into play, which is about empathetic acknowledgement. You've probably encountered this with UIs that apologize for inconveniences, or support docs that acknowledge a situation that what the user's dealing with isn't fun. And other places where passive text that we write tries to imprint the feeling of like, hey, your feelings are valid. Hey, we see you. This technique is also a part of support tactics for a reason. It's not a women form of solving Finley's problem, but even just being validated is a small win. And if that's enough to get a Finley to calm down, to get a Finley to help center themselves, that makes our job easier. And that makes any support agent who has to deal with them their job easier. And ultimately, it means Finley's job of helping themselves is easier. And like I said, you might know that, like I said, I've used the concept of centering with a Finley. I've used the concept of sort of like centering or regulating with Avery. And this goes for any agitated state of mind. And the further agitated somebody is, the thicker that communication fog that I mentioned is. So that technique about de-escalating Finley, the other technique I use, which really relates to communication fog, is to watch out for micro frustrations or micro confrontation language to avoid adding to Finley's frustration. That includes anything with a condescending flavor. Things like starting a passage with obviously, or I've even removed like remember that from passages after sort of an experience over a decade ago of realizing that wasn't actually helping me. As I mentioned earlier, and I think maybe at this point, hopefully enough users are pieced together, techniques for one help persona help Finley, and like cutting unnecessary material and bubbling stuff to the top for a Blake, or being mindful for outbound links for Cam. And they reduce the amount of time Finley spends before getting the help they need. That's great. And vice versa with these ideas about watching the language we use and making sure that we are able to affirm people will definitely help up some of our other personas. And if we can help a few Finleys out by showing them care, we're showing care, again, let's bring it back to this point, we're showing care to our support agents who would otherwise take these irate calls and be in a more difficult position. So thank you, Finley, for letting us borrow you, and I hope you find some chill soon. That leaves us with Pat, our proud peacock. Pat's another specialized persona like Cam, one particularly prevalent in high expertise fields like software development, but really can pop up anywhere. And pride, like curiosity, is fine on its own, but pride unregulated can turn into arrogance or smugness or entitlement, and a desire to recapture a feeling of superiority they feel like they've lost for some reason. So what does this look like? Well, on the casual end, it can look as simple as someone commenting on your grammar, which helpful people also do. But whereas the helpful person comments and moves on, in the back of Pat's mind, there's a desire to keep looking. to focus on flaws and on the material substance, or rather what those PATs perceive as flaws. And the thing about the two specialized personas in this talk is that they're not often aware that they're in a state that's not optimal for them. Avery, Blake, and Finley might be aware they're on edge or checked out or irate, but Pat or Cam aren't necessarily as mindful because those states are harder to be self-aware of without training, and that lack of awareness makes addressing communication issues harder. So how do we deal with that? Now, how do we deal with users that are in this confrontational headspace who aren't necessarily aware of it? We're writing passively to many users, hundreds, thousands, perhaps millions. So we can't just hit each one of them up on chat, are you okay? Or like, hey, you're kind of being a jerk right now. You've gone a little bit far. The best we can do is to try to make our material like PAT resistant. And the first section I have is to sort of keep and maintain a taxonomy or a glossary or lexicon. If you can ensure that your terminology is clear and consistent throughout all of your product and your support documentation and everything else, you can reduce some of the PAT pain points. Again, this also helps everyone else, and which includes you when the inevitable rebrand or redesign comes along. And if you want to build one, you don't even really need to start with like a full-fledged, like the word taxonomy can be like intimidating to some people. You really can just start with like a simple glossary, like, what can you do to ensure that your basic terminology is clear and consistent, right? Like ask these particular questions. What terms do you use and how often? Nouns, verbs, adjectives, or sort of identified as flexible, so you're using in the right parts of speech and you're not getting colloquial in some of the usage. What terms have subtle differences from the common language meaning versus what terms are pretty much the common language meaning, or what terms are really super not? Do they have synonyms that you want to use? Do they have synonyms you don't want to use? What sort of colloquialisms are you comfortable with, or do you expect support agents to use, but you may not necessarily want to use in your documentation sort of for official purposes? And when you know these key terms, you also know wordzoid casually. For instance, a key term in your system is the word aspect. You shouldn't use that word casually, such as an aspect of PAT is literalism. The other suggestion I have is to get your examples reviewed by experts who understand your users. It could be code example on a dev site, which many of us are dev docs people. We have done this a lot. This is not new. But it could also be a business example for an ad tech help center. It could be anything like that. Like it doesn't just have to be, think about, looking at your code, but think about looking at all of your specific elements. Get them reviewed for relevance as well as accuracy. Pats can get hung up on the details, particularly with examples. So to get ahead of them, get these robust reviews, especially if an example is long and critical to understanding the doc. So that's enough about Pat. And in not a lot of time, I've walked you through 5 significant categories of emotional states. And I didn't include one like Ray the receptive rabbit, because as long as we're considering our other users, we'll handle our calm, respective ones with no problem. And for those of you who are familiar with accessibility and inclusive design, you might realize this is semi-secretly an accessible communication talk. And it follows like a similar philosophy to accessibility, which is where when you make your work accessible to more people, it benefits everyone, not just those people. One thing that happens when I give this talk, and I've given this talk a bunch, is that people map themselves to just with one persona. They're like, oh, I'm totally an Avery, or yeah, I'll admit I'm a Pat. And that's too narrow a way to think about it. This is not a tag yourself meme. Like, take me. I'm a pretty anxious person, but I also get bored. I have plenty of times when I'm curious without focus. I definitely get frustrated, and I'm not proud to admit that I have my proud side as well. And we're all of these at different times. We're also all receptive at different times, being that sort of Ray the receptive rabbit. We're also those as well. And we're certainly other states that I haven't covered. You might feel like you genuinely lean one or two ways, but all of these are undecided. So there's a couple calls to action. Like, this is all fine and good. It's all like writing philosophy. What do you do with it, right? Well, first, you can take something you've written recently. You can mark it up with how you think each of these 5 personas would take it, and maybe get 2 or 3 of you together to talk about what you found. And second, when you catch yourself in one of these states, examine that state. If it's combative or high heart rate state, center yourself. Note down if the material caused that state or if you were already there when that happened. Were you there because of something related to the material, something separate, or a combination? What you learn from self-examining can raise your emotional proficiency, which raises your ability to tackle these sort of problems. And just to end again, that these emotions are valid no matter where they come from. That's really, really clear. Like, there's no shame in what our users are feeling. I don't want to, ever in sort of this talk or anything related, suggest that that's something that we should think about. So again, this is me. I'm Ryan Macklin. I just got back on Twitter, and again, my cat has an Instagram. And I also am the co-organizer of Write the Docs Detroit Windsor, which, like everything else, is online right now. So check it out on Meetup. And here's like a little quick reference that I have here, which, since it's getting recorded out into the world, is there's sort of some questions that I consider. Feel free to also screen cap this if you like. I will go ahead and leave it up for a moment. That is my talk on emotional personas.
Thank you, Ryan. Are you happy to take some questions? Either folks can post them in the chat and I'll monitor that, or people are more than, for those who are happy to do audio and video, please feel free to jump on that way.
Yeah, totally.
And did you want to record the questions as well?
Yeah, I can record the questions. We'll see if maybe I'll cut them or not, depending on the size of the video. But yeah, let's go ahead and record them.
Great. It looks like we do have one from the chat, and it says, where do you draw the line between harsh language choices versus straightforward imperative statements?
So it depends on, for me, it would depend on the subject. The more serious the subject, especially if it's something where there's a destructive element to it, like you could, delete all your data from this. I would go with very, very pointed statements. There's actually a bit, again, this is some of the advanced Avery talk that I've given has actually been about when to actually create anxiety in people and the right kind of anxiety. And some of that is to make them aware of, make them very much feel a sense of trepidation to say something destructive that they're going to do, whether it's financially or logistically or whatever. But it's still, you can still do that and still keep with tone intentionality at the same time. There are straightforward sentences that you can say that don't necessarily have to involve unnecessary cautioning or any sort of micro-confrontational language. I don't think they're necessarily two different things. Softening language is great, but tone intentionality can also work for harder language, for really pointed language.
I could add to that, Ryan. I'm guessing that one of the phenomenon you might have encountered is that if we have an idea that users tend to make a certain kind of mistake, even if it's not a serious one, or even if it just ends up going slightly off track and then you can come quickly back on, one of the documentation solutions is to warn people not to do that. But in a lot of cases, if they do that, it really doesn't matter and it's fine. So that would be a case where it might be really easy to create unnecessary warnings.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, the bit there is, and this is very much I see this from a lot of times. I'll see this from people who are support agents first, writers second, because this is the experience that they've had to deal with, and they're translating that individual user experience into a doc for a broad audience. which again, I was a support agent a long time ago. This is one of the things that I had to learn. But yeah, so like getting to that state of how do you write it and not have it be a warning, or how do you write it and have it be a soft warning? And that like is I'd say like, I mean, that ends up being like why writing is also partly an art. I think also at this point I can stop the screen here so I can actually see everyone. All right. So yeah, that is I don't know if that answers the question or not.
Yeah, I'm the one who asked it. It does. It's something I come up against, quite a bit. Mostly I ask because I write, API documentation where you're always giving enough rope to hang yourself with.
Yeah.
It's you're when you do these things, you're messing with real data that's potentially not yours and unrecoverable.
Yeah.
So
we have chocolate, and it looks as though they asked, how often do you check the personas? How do you plan content changes for newly added and removed personas?
Well, I don't like these personas have been pretty static for me for a number of years. It's really about it's a mental framework for making sure that the end product that I'm sending out to users has a sense of users in mind, instead of just like I'm not trying to achieve an objective for my product team. I'm trying to achieve objective for my users that also happens to be the objective my product team wants. Or even, that's actually something that I do, is I even try to say people instead of users, because it's a subtle difference, but it's a really important one. So I'm people first, product second. Even though the product is what's paying me, although the people are paying never mind that you can follow that logic. But I would say a lot of it is in a sense of is in a sense of like patterns. It's like this sort of style of email. Like I write some like philosophy and structure docs as part of my day job. And some of it is like, here's when we should use a TLDR, because this is the sort of email that's about to tell you you're about to lose access. Right now, my main writing for tech and UI is about access management systems. So I write a bunch of automated emails like you're about to lose access, or someone needs access, or things like that. So a lot of it is like, like how do I make sure that a board Blake actually will read this email and address it? So that's where I'm like, okay, here are the things that I do to combat that. For things about losing access, how do I make sure that somebody who's anxious doesn't panic and freeze up? So it really is about a series of questions to ask in a lot of these situations, and about patterns to follow. I'm talking with some people right now, and this is going to be like a long time from now, but I'm talking about like internally maybe having some language checkers and like sort of like natural language processing to catch some of these, but we've just barely started those conversations. I'm excited for that. Right now, it's really just been very much in the art form approach of, how am I making sure that I'm doing this in a very human way. But yeah, and when I've done this long enough that it is just sort of baked into my process in general. But it is so it's really just how I write, how I think about the patterns that are in my head or documented somewhere that I bring to my writing. I don't know if does that answer your question?
Yes, it is. I think it sounds like these personas are like guidelines, writing guidelines.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they're like,
yeah.
It's a combination. It's like it's a philosophy that is, it's about how to think about writing guidelines. Mm-hmm. The effect that these writing guidelines can have on people.
Have you promoted this actually to your fellow writers?
Yeah, I have. Like this is within within Google, and then the company I was at before. This was sort of I was like basically brainstorming and working on this for a while. But yeah, this was, and then everyone basically said I should actually give this talk. This is the third time in like a month I give this talk. So I'm trying to get the idea out there. I have a lot of people who are interested in sort of in this as a framework to teach people sort of how to think about writing. And I'm looking at also how to turn this into material so that people who want to learn how to do writing, technical writing, can use it as a sense of philosophy. But that is like, a lot of these things are down the road. But this is a way to teach philosophy of writing rather than teaching just the mechanics of it.
Please let me know when you actually roll out the material. I will definitely sign up.
Yeah, definitely. That's probably what I'll actually use my Twitter for, so feel free to follow that. I like almost never use it. I left Twitter years ago, and my mental health was great after that. So I'm dipping back in because I'm a glutton for punishment, much like Rose is, but in a different way.
That's why we're friends and get along.
And I love how I just referenced something that's not actually going to be in the recording. Kind of, yeah, exactly. Yeah, so, well, yeah, I'll definitely let you know. I will not be quiet about it when I create something like that, for sure.
Thank you.
All right, looks like you had a question.
Yeah, I just wondered if you had examples of the before and the after. I thought of it right away when you had the worried ferret and the frustrated, well, the armadillo, I think, was the worried one.
Yeah.
But I always come across phrases that say, do not do this. And I'm like, what? Don't tell me that. Now I want to do it. So it'd be nice if you had some like before and then after tuning.
I don't, like, at this point, I don't, I haven't edited anybody else's writing that deeply in a long time to have that example. So really it's just me knowing like a lot of these rules are just baked into what I'm doing. I think the before and after I probably have might be internal stuff where when I have gone through and done some rewriting of it because it needed to be updated anyway, the CSAT of it increased, but that's all internal stuff I couldn't share anyway. But yeah, that's I would love to be able to put something together. Like there's a lot of places here where I wish I could put examples in, but like it already is on the edge of a long talk. So, and that's what I want to follow up with, is actually get deeper into each of these concepts.
And Ryan, one of the things you mentioned early on is that you were thinking of considering a word other than persona. And I can understand that because I've seen that word being overloaded and diverging in meaning in ways that has made it difficult to communicate at my company, for sure.
Yeah.
A couple of words that had occurred to me was one being archetype, because it seems like you're coming up with essentially kind of emotional archetypes of emotional states and of the users move through. And the literary side of my brain was wondering if allegory might even be sort of an interesting one, because I bet a lot of allegory would be a term that has not been used much in technology yet.
Yeah, like I originally called it persona because I wanted to draw people in for that reason of like, what do you mean? But I think at this point I don't need that anymore. But I just haven't had another thing to call it yet. I've had some suggestions, like somebody suggested roles. Somebody suggested profiles too. But profiles thing has a similar thing of like kind of being overloaded, but it's still generic enough that it could kind of work. But yeah, no, I like those. I'll have to chew on those. I'm going to spend a while on thesaurus.com one of these days and just, which is one of my little joys is naming things. I will spend weeks figuring out the name for something that I'm working on personally. And so it'll just be a lot of thesaurus.com and other searches and learning about words I didn't know about. Like if I a few months ago learned about the word ambit, which I'm not going to define for you. I'm going to say go search for ambit, ambit, and maybe you can use it in your own stuff.
Does that need a not safe for work tag?
It is a legit, totally cool, safe for life and work.
Great. Thought I would double check. I didn't
Yeah,
seem
I
as though
respect
it
that.
would
No,
be,
you can
but you
yeah,
know,
it's a
most of us
Merriam-Webster,
are no work machines, so.
it's a Merriam-Webster search, not a Urban Dictionary search.
Nice.
Just noted, you said ambit, and I saw everyone's heads kind of swing that
Yeah.
way. I was guilty too.
Yeah, it's my favorite new word. I had to since I'm still a game writer, and I had to come up with something for a game term, and trolling through the thesaurus. Yeah, that's what I came up with.
It's a good word.
Yeah. Yeah. Any other questions? I'm also happy to like turn it over to the Happy Times. Which it sounds like from the silence, I'm totally going to turn it to the social happy time. So I'm going to stop this recording. And thank you all. Well, I mean.